All right. Fantastic. Well then. An auspicious start. Hello, welcome in. Happy whatever day and time it is for you. This is a live stream. We're doing some cooking today. We do cooking most of the days on this stream. We're going to be doing a couple different kitchen projects today. One is just making some Jell-O, like literally Jell-O, because I found it in the cabinet and I got excited about it. So we're going to make that. We're going to take the broth bags that I've got in the freezer and actually turn those into broth today, because I would like to get those bags out of the freezer. And then we're going to make a cake. A tangerine ricotta cake is the recipe, but I did not find any tangerines at the store. I found Tangellos, which are close enough. So we're going to use those instead. It has citrus, ricotta, sugar, flour, very straightforward cake. Someone had posted it, I believe Liz, Liz, one of our moderators, posted it in Discord recently, and it seemed really easy, so we're going to make it. Then we're going to make dinner, which is a sunflower carrot risotto. I've made it before on stream. I made it last year at some point. I don't remember when, but folks in the house liked it, so we're making it again. And it's feels like a very springtime sort of dish. So that's what we're doing today. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. You do need to be subscribed for 5 minutes to chat. So if you are just joining and you're like, how come I can't send a chat? That's why. If you are watching the live stream after the fact, meaning we're not live currently, then it would be great if you hit the subscribe button. If you are watching live, it'd be great if you hit the like button. Gwen is hand feeding a cat.
I'm trying to get you to zoom in.
Cat, she's literally holding cat food in an ungloved hand. Look at this cat. Can we look at this cat eating?
He just learned to eat.
He literally is learning to eat solid food.
Loves it.
Bread Toaster says, do I ever do Venezuelan dishes? Like cachapas? I have not. I'm not opposed to it. Rainy Nan, hello, welcome in. Warzy Blue, welcome in. Hello, good to see you. This is Clifford. Clifford is a foster kitten. This is his second experience with solid food, and he seems to be enjoying it. He's got a little pep in his bite here. Gwen says he's purring. A bird says, is there somewhere we can suggest dishes for you to make? In the recipes channel on Discord is probably the best place to post things. There's a link to the Discord in chat. I will say I'm happy to take suggestions, but we don't do meal redemptions or like I don't ever promise to make something. Let me put it that way. Mainly, what are you doing, bud? Come back here. Yes, there he is.
He ate a lot.
He did.
A little man. Okay, I'll get back here now.
I know y'all can't see my face, but I'm making a very grimacy face because there's like literal cat food on the counter I'm about to cook.
Do you wanna hold
No,
it?
I don't want to fucking hold it. No, and it stinks. Listen, it's cute that he's eating it, and it can, two things can be true at the same time. It's cute and lovely and sweet that he's like eating cat food, and also absolutely disgusting that you're holding it with your bare hands and putting it on the counter.
He was on a towel.
Anyway, we're gonna wipe the counter off with bleach. I know that, but I don't want. Okay, if it's edible, get on stream here and eat it.
If I had to and I was starving, I would.
Gwen said $50 donation and she'll eat cat food.
No, I didn't.
I heard it.
$500.
She said Gwen said $500 donation and she'll eat cat food. Let's start a community goal. Yikes. I don't want that. That's
Well, I want $500. You don't get to keep the $500.
well, the donations go into my PayPal account, so I don't. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, we've literally bleached the counter. Excuse me. What do you? Oh, an hour for the thing. Right. More than happy to offer some ideas. Yeah, I love ideas. So like the recipe channel in Discord is sort of a catch-all for anything that people want to share. And I enjoy reading them. If you post a recipe there, I will read it for sure. Twinderella, thank you. I see you. Great. And yeah, if you post there, I will read it. I will consume the recipe that you have posted because I enjoy reading them. But we don't do meal redemptions, and I don't do I'll make your recipe if you do this number of points or whatever. I don't. The reason I don't do that is because for a long time, what I was making on stream was like dinner for the house, and I didn't want to have to sort of go out of my way, regardless of the reason. I didn't want to have to go out of my way to like make something that I wasn't already planning on making. That's it. That's the reason. Angry Rook, hello. HC Lager, welcome in. Hello. Another channel got a suspension for tasting a churro. Ugh. Okay.
Why?
What? Yeah, why? I don't know. Let me be clear. Hey, Twitch, we're not actually eating cat food.
Also, what?
I'm not going to.
Who cares?
Gwen's not going to.
Why is that against the rules?
I don't know why it's against it.
Well, I'm ready to fight again.
Gwen's now. She's fired up now.
It's edible.
Wonder how. Welcome in. Howdy. Deathwish, hello. Welcome. Hey, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. A Mexican omelet. I love any kind of omelet. Any veggies expiring, that's the perfect thing to make when you have veggies expiring. Creme delish, welcome in. Good to see you, Michael. How have I been, KS? I've been great. It's been I will say I've been great recently. The past 2 weeks have been great. The 2 weeks before that were not great because I was like very sick. Oh, Warzy says because it was incentivized. So if you do just like a taste test for no financial gain, and you're like, I just want to eat cat food on stream.
Why don't they let you?
You can do that.
What do you mean?
I'm confused now.
Why do they not let you? What?
I think you're not allowed to do certain things that are on Twitch. You're not allowed to do certain things that are like demoralizing or
But that's not.
harmful in some capacity. Listen, I know it's not actually, but like if you had a thing, I don't know, if you had like a channel point thing that was like every time someone redeems it, you had to eat a churro. Like, I don't know. Some people think that's gross. Whatever.
Very subjective. What if you had to dance around and you'd rather eat a churro?
Listen, I don't know. I don't want to dance around or eat a churro, so it's not relevant to me. Oh my God. A lot of the pet food cans on the side say not fit for human consumption. Yeah, we have another cat. This is an Obi. Command Obi. This is one of the other cats. I don't pretend to know TOS. I pretend to know it just enough that I don't actually get dinged by it. Obi does not want to be here and did not want to get caught, but got caught running across the counter anyway, because that's how it goes. Obi, can we do your trick? What trick? Have you not seen the trick?
slinky thing?
Yeah, this one. Rainy Nan says I had to look up a churro. Churros are cat treats. Yes. Ah! Not want to be here, but if you put him on his back and you hold him like this, he gets very still.
What if you put a little cat on his stomach?
I wouldn't do that.
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
I still wouldn't do
Look,
that.
He loves it.
But if he freaks and panics, and that's he is such an orange cat. He really is. Okay.
Goodbye.
All right, Obi, you can get down now. Command Obi. Did we do it? Oh, we did. Okay. I see it. Bello says, I personally don't care. If you want to eat cat food, go for it. Right. Listen. Yeah, Bellows. Bellows is doing a hot tub stream. That's within terms of service, apparently. I've said this before, but if I had a hot tub stream, it would just be me with bubbles. Like you would literally just see like the top of my face because I would be like in, because like, yeah, because that's how I experience the hot tub. Yeah, the counter is definitely less clean with the cats on it. I'm gonna wipe it again. Curious about the Jell-O. I made lemon Jell-O cheesecake this week. I am. This is just Jell-O, like literally just this type of like gelatin Jell-O. Obviously, as I thought pet food had to be human safe because people were getting sick during the first Great Depression from eating it when it was all they had around. Probably, possibly. I know that like a lot of those like organic pet food snack things now are like, you could eat it as a person. It's got all like real food ingredients in it. And I'm also like, I'm still not going to do that though. Cringing Dragon, hello. I do agree with you. The cat on the counter is more unhygienic than cat food. I really don't want either one on the counter with my food, which is why I'm going to wipe it off again. They're huge, Twinderella. That is true. Whatever floats your boat. Right. My God. Caretaker, we have 2 of the 3 cats. Elsie will definitely be around today because Gwen's home. Moondice, hello, welcome in. Sherman, Dank, hello. Have I ever made a patty melt? I have made a patty melt. I love a patty melt. Liz, welcome in. Hello. Liz, we're making the ricotta cake today. You seem blurry or slightly out of focus. Nope, that's not you. That's me. There we go. Vella says, yes, you can eat pet food to prevent starvation. Right. It's not designed for human nutritional balance. Yes, that seems accurate. Is a patty melt easy? Yeah, it's half a hamburger. Or it's actually 2/3 of a hamburger. It's not. Is it easy? Yes, it's bread, and if you can cook a hamburger, you can make a patty melt. Dried pet food is safer to eat than wet. I would know. I will admit that I ate dried pet food when I was a kid. Not like a lot of it, but like, you know, when you have pets around and you're curious and you're like, no, what is that? Patty melt is a grilled cheese with a hamburger patty. Yeah, basically. I need to get a little tray. Hold on. I want to wipe this counter again because goddamn, we've had cats and cat food and all, yes, everything else on the counter today. We're just, I'm not loving it. Okay. Where's that towel? There's the towel. Got it. Bird says, one time I ate kibble because I thought it was Cocoa Puffs, and I specifically was indignant that a dog could get chocolate cereal, but I couldn't. And functionally, the dog cannot get chocolate cereal because the dog should not be eating chocolate. It's obviously not Cocoa Puffs. Obviously. Is it obvious? There it is. Sorry. Directions. I swear. We are going to make food today. 1 cup of boiling water, 1 cup of cold water. Add boiling water to the gelatin mix. Stir 2 minutes until completely dissolved. Stir in cold water. Refrigerate 4 hours until firm. Makes 4.5 cups. Makes four 1/2 cup servings. Okay, obviously. Can you mix lemon and lime Jell-O together? I feel like you can. When you're a kid, some things make perfect sense until they don't. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, why not? Why not have a little taste of the dog food? No one's looking. The dog's not dead. It's probably fine, right? Right. Now, a fun side fact of that might be taking your box of Cocoa Puffs and replacing it with dog food and seeing if your family notices. They might. It'll be like a neon highlighter green. I hope so. I'm counting on it, in fact. But we're gonna put that in this dish. So yeah, I am just gonna combine these because like I don't give a shit. It'll be fine. Right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Are the directions the same for both? Yeah. A cup of boiling water, stir in the cold water. Okay, so basically I want 2 packets of Jell-O mix. We're combining them. Basically, I think like, it should just be a lighter green, right? Because like green already has yellow in it. Not that these are anything approaching like natural colors, but I'm just imagining it will be a lighter green. That's all. So we're doing 2 cups of hot water, which in this case is boiling. Whisking that in. Stir until completely dissolved. Ooh, that smells good. Like a lemon lime soda. Exactly. Exactly. I'm sure it's fine. It's got to be fine. It's got to be fine. Look, I mean, this color looks fine. Are we completely dissolved here? I can't even tell. Sniper, welcome in. Hello. Am I adding fruit? No, my family would fucking murder. They would revolt. Nobody would eat it. If I put raw fruit in here, no one would eat it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. They'll be like, ew, why did you add fruit to it? Positive. I'm positive. I would love to put fruit in this. I am not going to, simply because I'm getting the cold water over here at the sink. I'm not going to simply because I don't think that anyone else would eat it. That's it. That's the reason. So then we add. Oh, the directions can completely dissolve. Stir for 2 minutes. Stir in the cold water. Refrigerate until firm. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Pettigrew, welcome in. I did dislike Jell-O with fruit in it. It's like yogurt with fruit at the bottom. Immediately no. Immediately no. I like yogurt with fruit, but I don't like the yogurt cups that come with the fruit like pre-established in the bottom. I want the fruit in there, but I want to add it to the top, like just a little bit. That's all. Remember when Jell-O jigglers were a huge thing and everyone was okay with putting their hands all over Jell-O before eating it? I do. I had the thought today, I was like, oh, I wonder if I should make those. Like, how do I make those? And then I remembered that you make the Jell-O and then you cut it out after the fact. I was thinking of like, oh, what happens? Like, could I put these in like a cookie thing? All right, Gordon, good luck. Text me if you need anything. They should still have them on the box. Speed set method. Ooh. But then you add ice to it? I don't know. This is like a real basic box. Oh, this is also sugar-free. Don't tell anyone. Okay, so we're gonna pour this into this dish. Oh yeah. Look at that. I grew up before Jell-O shots were a thing. Did I miss out? I mean, it depends. I like, yeah, let's add some vodka to this. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. It's for a child. It's for me also, but like Calvin's going to eat it. So we are not going to add alcohol. We're not going to add alcohol to the thing that we're serving the 10-year-olds. Okay. I'm going to make a flat layer in here. Oh, there was someone just like 10 minutes ago, someone asked in chat how the beet cookies turned out. The beet cookies turned out very well. I made the other batch of them. I made the ones yesterday that were like set to rest, and I actually liked them better when they were day one before they'd rested for 24 hours. They got it seemed to me like they got a little bit more crisp, a little crisper than the ones that had rested. So which is good. I kind of like that. Obviously. That's not obviously. That's my preference, is that we don't have to rest cookies for a long time. Worsley says, remember, it was adding less water to the Jell-O to make it a little sturdier so that you can cut the patterns out. That would be interesting. Liz says, I'd love a stream where you empty the fridge and reorganize. Okay, we can do that. I would be happy to do that on literally at the beginning of pretty much any stream. I definitely would do that though, because that is a thing that I do once a week or so. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Hello. Happy Friday, Junior. Kay says, I love beet desserts. I love beet anything. Beets are wonderful. Okay. Did they say incredibly pink after baking? Not quite. So, I mean, sort of. I guess a little bit. Yesterday's, these are yesterday's. These are the ones that rested for 24 hours. So roughly the same color. They're a little stuck together too. Because I put them in here while they were still a little bit warm. Anyway, but this was the color of the beet cookies, and that is, I dialed in my color on the camera, so this is pretty reflective of the actual color. Does the recipe get... That was a weird transition. Does the recipe get posted in the Discord? This one I will post, because this was one that I was doing because someone in chat had like inspired it. I have others that I had not posted. Command recipes, though, will get you to all of the recipes that I have like done. Not all of them, but we'll get you to a good list of recipes that have been published. Liz, good luck with your customer visit. I hope that it goes well. I was just thinking, yesterday. Oh, hold on, Liz, before you go, we have a third cat. We're not going to put this one on the counter. It's like Pokemon. We've caught them all. Yes, I knew this was the one. I was like, she's coming by my feet. This is Elsie. This is Elsie. She didn't really want to be caught either, but she didn't really protest. She's not protesting as much as Obi, because there's not as much going on. But this is Elsie. She is a calico. This is what she looks like. And she does not really want to be here, but she's very tolerant. She is the only girl. Yes, she is, and she's pissed. She does not want to be held. So Elsie's gonna be getting down. Here she goes. Go ahead. I'm going to put you back down right where you were going, on the same path that you were going on. She's annoyed at me because her hair is all like fluff. Okay. When I'm cooking food for other people, we don't let the cats in the kitchen. But while it's just for like the family and all, like totes okay. I'm gonna put a hat on, by the way. I forgot I wanted to do that, and like now I'm gonna forget later, and then it won't happen. Okay, let's get this broth started. So what we're doing is a little bit of like freezer maintenance. We have two different things in here. So I have a couple bags in the freezer. I have chicken separated out. So I've got a bag of chicken parts. This is a remnants of probably two different whole chickens in this bag. This is going to go in first, and we're going to simmer this for like an hour or so. Once this is done, not done, but this is once this has been cooking for a little while, we're going to pop both of these bags in. So these are vegetables. In here are carrots and mushrooms. There's herbs. There's onion pieces. There's garlic pieces. I don't see anything else in here. So this is actually a pretty basic stock. She is, Liz, enjoy your afternoon. I hope you have a good one. It's good to see you. I'll let you know how the ricotta cake turns out. And then this bag has all of those same things. This bag also has a few, these like frozen round pieces in here are the liquid from multiple, cans of lentils and cans of beans. So we have basically extra flavor. So we're gonna start out with the chicken though, because the chicken will cook for a little bit longer. So this is super easy to do. I also have a desire to make stock broth today because I'm sort of refilling. When our basement flooded a couple weeks ago, it ruined all of the food in my in the chest freezer. I have like a little freezer down there. So it literally ruined all of the food in that freezer. So I've got a little bit of stock in my upstairs fridge here, but I'm trying to sort of refill everything. While we're doing the broth, then I'm gonna do the risotto prep. And I didn't say this when I was kind of planning out like the cadence of stream today, but with the risotto prep, we're also going to get some additions to our stock because I'm going to have carrot and shallot, as well as some pea shoots and something else, maybe something else. No, I think that's it. So we're gonna have some additions to the stock, in addition to what's in these bags today. So let's see. Hold on. Da-da-da-da-da-da. $200. Sorry, I saw what you had. I saw the private chat that you sent, and I was looking. Funny. I don't know what it means. Anyway, we're gonna put this on. I'm not going to season this yet. Because, whoa, we got a big flame. There it goes. Okay, what we are going to do is bring this to a boil. And we're not going to do any type of, anything in here yet. When I say anything, I mean salt, pepper, bay leaves, any of that. Actually, I could probably put the bay leaves in there now. I think that would be fine. But we're going to put that on the stove and just let that cook, basically, for till it boils, which is going to be a while because it's because it is. Hold on, I'm actually going to put this on the back burner because it is a giant pile of frozen chicken. Let's turn the oven on too, because I'm going to need that. I need to toast some sesame seeds. I need to toast, the recipe calls for hazelnuts, but I'm allergic to those. So we're going to use pecans instead because I have those. But let's put I got all the vegetables out for the sake of, the sake of showing them, but we're going to put those back for right now because we don't need them yet and they can just stay in the freezer. Okay. I should have put a timer on that Jell-O. What time did I put that Jell-O in? It's 2 p.m. right now. So let's say 4 hours is 6 p.m. So let's just say 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know. Did I put that Jell-O in 20 minutes ago? No, it had to have been sooner than that. Let's set a timer for 3 hours and 50 minutes, maybe 10 minutes ago. Wait, that's 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's 35 minutes. 3 hours and 50 minutes. There we go. Okay, stop. That's going to go off in momentarily, and I'm going to be like, why is the timer going off? Anyway, we're going to put this packet of expired. What is this, a fucking thoroughfare? Come here. No. Okay. They're just, the cats are just nonstop. Okay. Let's, you jump in, get off the trash can. There. Let's start our risotto prep. I want to look at this recipe again. We have a couple things to do for this. The sunflower seeds are going to need to soak. It says raw sunflower seeds. I'm wondering, I don't remember if I toasted these before. I don't think I did. I think I just did what it said in the instructions. Okay, so we have broth, water. Okay, I'm literally just gonna get my ingredients out. Place the sunflower seeds in a bowl and cover with water. I'm ready to start. Place the broth. We're in a saucepan. Okay, carrots need to get chopped. So I'm just gonna get my sunflower seeds out and measure and have them measured, and then we'll put them in when we're like we'll put those in later. Shallot. Those animal overpasses pedigree seem super fun, honestly. I kind of love those because they are very helpful to like animal movement. Are you talking about in the world, like out in the world of like over the highways, etc., or are you talking about like in their home? I've seen the ones that are like the overpasses for like the highways. I think those are awesome. All right, half a cup. I'm wondering, I don't remember. I wish I could remember if I doubled this recipe last time. I don't think I did. Okay, there's our sunflower seeds. I also I got a bunch of extra sunflower seeds because I was like, I could roast these and like salt them and they'd be pretty good. So we might do that in the future. These don't go rancid as quickly as like pecans or other nuts. So I got more than I thought I needed. And obviously I did. But I'm not going to do that today. Am I going to do that today? No, I'm not. Thought about it. Obviously, I thought about it. You just watched me think about it. I was referencing the cat traffic. Valid. Yeah, this... We don't have any sort of limitations on like where the cats go in the house, generally speaking. Like, I get annoyed when I see them up here on this counter, like walking on the computer. Like literally, there's a computer right here. Yeah, it's what I'm reading chat off of. In addition to reading chat up here, but they certain things in the house the cats mess with that I get annoyed about. But other than that, they're just kind of like they just go where they want. Gwen bought a while ago a couple of those like cat shelves that kind of go up on the wall and create like a way to get, you know, they're basically just like shelves on the wall, which I think are kind of fun. 3/4 of a teaspoon of toasted sesame seeds. Now, here's a question that I'm going to answer by looking in the cabinet. Do I have toasted sesame seeds like in here? Because that's super common, right? Toasted sesame seeds are a thing. Nope, I don't think I do. What's this little baggie? Oh, I don't know what that is, but that looks spicy. Yeah, whatever that is, that's spicy. We're not gonna use that right now. I mentioned the bay leaves. I'm gonna go ahead and add those to the stock, the pot that's got the stock in it right now. Let's put 1, 2. Let me actually get a couple like broken ones here, because I'm gonna strain this in a little bit, so I might as well not use the ones that are whole. I'll use those when I make like a soup for dinner and need to just pluck them out as opposed to like pulling them out, or as opposed to straining them. All right, so I'm just gonna add those now. That's good. All right, I don't have any toasted sesame seeds, or at least I don't see any in the cabinet where they would be, where they generally are. So we're gonna toast those. Let's do that on the stove. Let's do that on the stove because these are, because I have the oven on, but like I can just toast them on a little burner. Like it's not that complicated to do. I need 3/4 of a teaspoon of toasted sesame seeds, which is like, I'm just gonna make a teaspoon. That's fine. That'll be fine. I bet, you know what? I should have looked. I have a container up here with a bunch of like whole herbs, whole like spices in it. Should have looked in there first. All right. So these are ready to toast. Let's just do that while I'm like considering it. So we're just gonna do that on the stove. So now is a good time to see if my stove camera works today. Let's check. Are we working? We are. Fantastic. Okay. Let's come on over to the stove real quick, and we're just gonna toast these like very quickly in this little pan. So this is a super small pan. We're zoomed in quite a bit. So I'm just gonna like let these heat up. It should be pretty quick. It's funny, man, I gotta pull that camera up. I had the camera was a little too close. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them popping. Look at them popping already. This is it, though. It's got a little smoke, turning the heat way down. They are smoky. Yeah, turn that heat way down. Take those All right. I think those are pretty good. A little darker in color. Easy. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to do these in the oven, because like there's no, because that's it. These are now toasted. All right, good. Toasted sesame seeds. That was easy. Let's put these in a little thing here. There we go. Now, what else? So we have our sunflower seeds measured. We have our sesame seeds ready to go. We need the zest from a half a lemon. Quarter teaspoon salt. Vegetable broth is in the fridge. Water is in the faucet. Peeled and sliced carrots. About 2 medium carrots. So it says 1 1/4 cup. Which is not all that much. Okay, so we have zest from 1 lemon. And then later on in here, we have zest from half a lemon. Okay, so we have zest from a whole lemon divided into 2. That's kind of annoying. Do I use the lemon juice? Yeah, 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. Okay, so we're going to zest and juice a lemon. That's easy. Okay. Oh, it smells like Jell-O in this fridge. Kind of love it. Not gonna lie. All right. Let's start with these. I don't think that'll be enough carrots, but these are older, so we're going to use these first. Well, let's zest and juice a lemon. We've got I'm going to use a little cutting board here. The lemon. Lemon has a couple little brown spots, but that's okay. Cosmetic issues, genuinely. Now it says that I need for the sunflower seeds. Let's see. Place the sunflower seeds in a bowl. Get the broth going. What am I doing with why am I dividing the lemon? Lemon zest. That's what I want to know. Bakery, welcome in. I'm glad you're good and well. I always think about it, like, obviously I'm sure that this is not a surprise, but I'm a big fan of baked goods. And then whenever I see your name in chat, I always like think of Danishes and like pastries. Like immediately, it's like a Pavlovian response in my brain. It's like, I'm just like, I saw your name in chat and I thought of a chocolate croissant. That's the one that came to mind first today. Place the broth and water in a saucepan. Okay, I'm just skimming for the word lemon. Peel and mince the shallot, add the oil, cook until the shallots are tender, toast the farro, got it. Let the risotto cook, add the water. Yes. Okay, so we have, got it, here we go. When the carrots are finished cooking, you place them with the sunflower seeds in a blender, water, lemon juice, zest, and salt. While the risotto cooks, place the dill, zest the lemon, and sprinkle on the sesame seeds. Chop the dill together with the zest, seeds, and salt. Okay, so I'm basically, let me check something here. I have a container, yeah, okay. So whenever I make anything with a lemon or I use a lemon or whatever, anytime a lemon comes out of the fridge and I'm not using the zest in a recipe, I zest it anyway and I keep that in the freezer. So I have a bunch of lemon zest in here. So I am just going to zest this lemon into this same container, and I'll just get like a big pinch of zest out of here when I need to use it in the recipe. We're not separating this lemon zest into like little prep bowls. That is not a necessity here. Zest is great. Lemon zest is amazing. And I said this a moment ago, but like, if you have space in your freezer for a tiny little container and you use lemons regularly, it does make sense to zest them, even if you are not using the zest, because it goes great in all sorts of things and is like a good topping for things too. Like if you have, one of my favorite things to do with this is when I make pancakes or any type of like breakfast, savory breakfast food, just putting a little pinch of zest on top with the butter and like whipped cream. It cuts the richness of it just like a teeny tiny little bit, and is easy. Of course, you have to remember to zest your lemon when you're using it, which I don't always do, but I try. Okay, our chicken is coming along. Our chicken pieces. I'm not cooking chicken. So we have a stock, like a broth going on the back of the stove here for our freezer. There's no specific usage of the broth today. We are using broth in the risotto, and I might actually end up just using this because it's there, and why not? But I may not, because I also had stock, older stock, thawed and ready to go. So I may just go ahead and use what I have in the fridge and keep that batch for a later time. Pudge darling, welcome in. Good to have you. Happy Friday, Junior. We've got our couple kitchen projects going on today. I've got Jell-O gelatin in the refrigerator, a little mix of lemon and lime Jell-O. Currently doing some prep for a vegan carrot, sunflower seed, farro based risotto. That is for dinner tonight. That's coming along. I have a stock, like a broth-based, brothy sort of stock on the stove, getting together. And then in a little bit here, we're gonna make a cake, a citrus ricotta cake. I'm realizing now that I'm going to need this zester again today, so I'm just going to give it a rinse. I'm not washing it because I'm using it for zesting again in just a few minutes. By a few minutes, I mean like a little over an hour from now. Probably probably more than an hour from now. Anyway, okay, so this is about 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, which is what we need. We always, 1 lemon. So in addition to zest, 1 lemon is usually about 2 tablespoons of juice. So when you're writing a recipe, that's the kind of the calculation is like 1 lemon equals 2 tablespoons, roughly. Twindrella says, by the way, I said water the other day, and it's my fault. I will take all of the blame for that. You got it. You got it. I'm happy to take all of the blame. Okay, sorry. I'm just like, I'm making sure I've got, I had a couple text messages that I'm like, all right, these don't need to be responded to. All right, cool. Adam pointed it out and was laughing, as one would. That's great. I was watching, there was some clip or something the other day from like some stream, my stream, this stream from like a while ago, like a long time ago. And I was saying, I was like, oh, blah, 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 water. And it was weird to hear it. It was very strange to hear it. Although Gwen yearns for the days, I'll tell you. So this calls for 2 medium shallots minced. So we're gonna go ahead and do that now. I'm going to get a little teeny tiny bowl together for things that are going in my stock today, which includes shallot pieces and carrot tops. And probably some herbs. I'm gonna look in the drawer. I'm gonna look in my vegetable drawer there and just see if there's anything else that like is sort of at the end that could go in that stock. So I feel like there's a few things in there that are like, all right, if we don't eat these in like 2 days, they're not gonna be any more good. And I'd rather toss them in there than toss them in the compost. So when we get to the vegetable portion of our stock making today, we will take a pause and look in the refrigerator and see what we can see. But right now what I'm doing is prepping for making dinner, because the making dinner part is risotto is one of those things, and I know this isn't like your traditional risotto. This is made with farro, which is different, but it still has the same sort of energy where like you kind of have to babysit it a lot. And I prefer, when I am cooking, to get everything ready, just do all of my prep, do all my mise en place, so that everything's just like ready to go. It takes longer to do that sometimes it takes longer to do that. But my consideration is like, for this particular dish, there's a lot of directions in the recipe that are like, while this other thing is happening, right? And in the world where I am streaming, which I am right now, it's better if I have all my ingredients together, because the like, while this happens kind of assumes that you like don't stop to chat, that you don't like do other things during that time, you know? And for me, I'm sort of like, well, I'd rather have all my ingredients together, because if I get caught up or whatever, like my timing might get messed up, and then it's bad, and then like things get ruined. So I don't want that to happen. So we're doing all of our prep ahead of time. And then we're not going to use any of this stuff until later, when I'm actually making dinner, when I'm cooking. So there's the prep, and then there's the cooking. So we're just doing all the prep right now for this. So toasting sesame seeds, chopping shallot, juicing lemons, all that stuff the recipe calls for doing while other things are happening. And I'm not into that idea. I would do this, even if I wasn't streaming, and if I was making this recipe, I would still do all of the prep ahead of time. Does anybody else do that? Do like when you're cooking, when you're making a recipe, like, do y'all just default to prepping ahead of time, or do you follow the recipe kind of, if it says to do something while something else is happening, do you trust it? Do you lean into that? I never do. If there's a recipe and it has prep with it, I'm doing all the stuff ahead of time. Every time, like sort of no matter what. Unless it's something like baking, unless it's something where you're like, okay, you put something in the oven for 30 minutes and then you like prep 2 or 3 ingredients. In that scenario, it's okay. I'm like, okay, I feel safe doing that. But generally speaking, I just prep everything all at once and have all these little bowls all over the counter, and then I start making it. And if it's like, you know, during the time where you're supposed to be doing something else, like this thing's cooking and you're supposed to be chopping a shallot, like that's when I do the dishes, or like, you know, clean up a little bit or get my plates ready or whatever. I do something else during that time. Fudge Darling says, I try to prep as much as possible. I struggle doing all the steps in one day. Yeah. And like, I think that prepping ahead in my like experience, prepping ahead also gets you to read the recipe all the way through, which helps reduce surprises. Like it helps you navigate the recipe a little better. For example, you know, this recipe, right, you know, in the ingredients list, it says like zest of half of a lemon. And so, you know, I'm like, okay, well, what do I do with the zest from the other half of the lemon? So I read the recipe and you find out, and it just helps, like it helps clarify. And especially if you're the type of person that will potentially like lose focus while you're doing something too, I think prepping ahead is a must. Robbie, welcome in. Good to see you. Cinderella says, unless it is something I have never made before, I rarely read the recipe at all. I usually only pull up recipes to get an idea about ingredient amounts, and then I cook how my heart tells me. That is frequently how I cook as well. I've made dinner a couple times recently and like not streamed. Just like, you know, made dinner and took like an hour to make food, which is normal. Stock is boiling back here, so we're gonna take that and turn it way down. And like for me, what I do in many times where I'm just making something, I'll put my I'll prep everything and then I'll start cooking, because I don't know what the meal is actually going to end up being. That's the other thing, is like, you know, I'll prep until I feel good that I've got like a good balance of flavors and what have you. Like I was making pasta the other day and I just prepped everything all at once and was like, all right, this seems good, you know? Certain things like this recipe, I am following a recipe. And you know, in that scenario, I want to read the whole thing. Like I definitely want to read the whole thing. If I haven't made something before, Trinderella says, then I read the recipe and watch a bunch of YouTube cooking videos about the dish, and then I still make my own procedure. I think if you are a confident sort of home cook, you know, with a little experience behind you, sometimes you'll read a recipe and you're like, I'm not going to do it like that. That doesn't make sense for me or the way that I cook or the time that I have. And I think that just comes with experience, right? That's a like, I've done something similar before. I'm just going to do it this way instead, which makes a lot of sense. These fucking carrots are like literally just rolling everywhere. Warzy says, I need to get better at that. I've been trying to get better at reading through recipes, but I'm learning I skim more than I realize and fill in the blanks with what I think should be happening, and I end up goofing. That happens too. That happens to me often enough if I'm following a recipe. Even if I've read it, there's some sort of surprise. Or often it'll be like, what is this ingredient? Like, why do I have this ingredient? Like, what am I, where was I supposed to use this? Because I'm pretty much finished here and I've still got like shallots sitting on the counter. What happened? Fudge Darling says, losing focus and a lack of time. I often get interrupted, so I prep a lot and use batch cooking to save time, which is great. That is ideal. I love batch cooking for that same reason. When you're just like, well, I've got like Got all this other shit happening in my house, in my life, whatever. 1¼ cups of peeled and sliced carrots. Peeled and sliced. Well, we're not peeling these because I'm cooking them and then literally putting them in the blender. Why would I take the peel off? That doesn't make any sense. We're not doing that at all. It turned out exactly like you read a process in a recipe and you're like, I've done that differently in a way that I know is like better for me right now. So I think that's just how, you know, if you have gotten to the point of experience as a home cook, you're like, all right, I'll read the thing and I'm going to interpret it. I know what the final dish should look like and sort of feel like and taste like, you know. Or he says, I was caught off guard making Polish coffee cake because I missed there was a third rise. Oh no. Yeah. That up to 1 a.m. That definitely is not the type of surprise you want. That happens to me occasionally. With like cookies, I'll be reading a cookie recipe, although I usually catch it. Anytime it's like, oh, it needs to rest for 24 hours. I'm like, okay, but that should be at the top. Like, you should say that. You should lead with that. If something needs a rest that's longer than an hour, you should absolutely, that should be like thing number one. There should be like a warning at the top. I'm glad it was worth it though. We need 1¼ cups. Okay. It's not that much. How's that broth doing? All right, we're simmering. Let me set a timer for this broth so that I remember to add the vegetables. Not remember, but I'm not going to forget to add the vegetables, but I may forget that there's broth on the stove at all. All right, this is going well, though. It's not quite simmering. I want it to simmer a little bit more. I want there to be a few bubbles coming out of there, but we've got steam, but no movement. This is, speaking of like being a home, did you see that? Do you see me catch that carrot rolling off the counter? That was some skill. The knife, speaking of being like a qualified cook, the knife that I'm using right now, not the knife for what I'm supposed to, like, not at all the appropriate tool for what I'm using it for. Just FYI. 1¼ cups. All right, that's about 1½ cups. I think that's fine. Shallots, got it. Olive oil, don't need to prep that. 2¼ cups cracked pearled farro. So cracked and pearled farro, it says C note at the bottom. I wrote next to it, Paulson food processor. To crack the farro, blitz in a blender or food processor a few pulses. Around half of the grains should be cracked and a bit of dust should have formed around the sides and bottom of the blender. Also, you can use whole grain farro. You will need to have a bit of extra broth ready in about 20 to 30 minutes longer. 20 to 30 minutes longer is not a thing that I want out of this recipe. So let's put this in the food processor because I like that. I think it's neat to like do that type of thing. Because usually I cook farro whole and that's pretty normal. You know what else I actually want to do today? While I'm thinking about it, while I have the farro here, I want to cook some farro, just like generally speaking. I would like to make farro because I love having a pot, or not a pot. I love having a little bit of farro in the freezer that is ready to just like be put into a dish. If you have cooked farro in the freezer, all you need to do is crisp it up in a cast iron pan for like a few minutes from frozen, and it's perfect. It's good for salads. It's good as a side. You can mix it in with a bunch of roasted vegetables and a piece of protein or some type of protein as a main. But having that on hand is wonderful. So I'm gonna cook the farro that I don't use in this recipe. I'm gonna cook the rest of it today, and we'll just put it on a sheet pan to cool. And then I'll pop it in the freezer, and that'll be like ready to go. So it's like a little bit of meal prep on top of the thing. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. I wonder if you could just smash it a bit with a mallet. You probably could. It would take a little longer. It's asking for 2 1/4 cups of it, so it might take a little longer. I haven't done it in a blender. I've only done it in the food processor. I've only made this recipe once, to be fair. So, let's see how much 2 1/4. I don't know if I will have, yeah, I'll have, that's 2 and yeah. I'll have like just enough to make the rest, to cook the rest of it. Kathy, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your Prime sub here. We love a Prime sub. Y'all, if you are an Amazon Prime member, I want to tell you that you too can use your Prime sub on this channel if you want. I'd encourage you to. I think it's worth it. If you're watching this on Twitch and you're watching it on a desktop or laptop device, there's a little crown right about here under my hand. Not this hand. This hand. Under this hand. There's a little crown. You can click that and it will take you to the Prime subscription page. Also, you can click the subscribe button, which is somewhere right below where my finger is, that will give you the option to use your Prime subscription to subscribe to the channel. And that doesn't cost you anything. It gives me a little bit, it gives you some emotes. It takes away any ads that you would have on the channel. And it gives you a good feeling of not, it gives you a good feeling of getting a little something back from Amazon if you can. Because honestly, that always feels kind of nice. At least to me it does. I hope it feels nice to y'all who use your Prime subs on this channel or any channel, genuinely. But that's always appreciated. Kathy, thank you for using your Prime sub here. I appreciate you. Sushan on YouTube. Hello, welcome in. On the vertical stream, you need help. What kind of help are you? What kind of help are we talking about? I'm happy to help with food and cooking suggestions, or generally speaking, life advice. Maybe don't take it though. That really is up to you, honestly. Anyway, food processor. I'm like, what am I even doing? What am I doing right now? Like literally, what am I doing? I'm getting out the food processor. I'm using my brain, thinking about the things that need to happen. Okay, but we need to get our farro in here, measured out. 2 1/4. What did this say? 2 1/4 cups of cracked, pearled farro. Did I use my cup measure earlier? No. Is it sitting here? Blink once if it's sitting here. It's not. Am I just missing it in the drawer? Oh, it's right here. Sushan says I can't complete my doctor course. I don't know anything about being a doctor. I make food on the internet. But good luck. I got a doctorate in saying stupid things on the internet. I actually don't. I haven't said a lot of stupid things on the internet. That's not true. I've been live. I wonder if is it possible to figure out how many total hours you've streamed? I'd love to know that. I genuinely love to know that, and / would not want to know that. That feels like a bit of information that could be wonderful to have or like terrible to have. Let's put my farro. Hold on. I said I was going to make the rest of it, but I don't think I'm going to make the rest of it. I'm going to do. Actually, let me do something else. Wide. Do I have watch time? Command watch time. I've never watched. Eat It Dads has spent 0 seconds watching myself. That's not fucking true. I've watched every second of this stream from the moment I was live the first time. Robbie says you can see the hours streamed in your dashboard. Can you? Oh, wait. So, Robbie, confirm you can see if I go back and I'm like, this was the amount, like this was the, if I set my calendar to be like my whole streaming time, I can see that. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Rabbit hole. Sorry. We need to I want to see this. I kind of need to know. This is going to be so depressing. Not really that depressing. Analytics overview, change the start time. Okay, so I started streaming in 2022, May 12th of 2022. No. Yeah, May 12th. No, 2023. Hold on. I don't know. Whatever. Time streamed. I have a number. I have a number for you. Wait. Oh, wait. Did I start streaming in... Did I start streaming in 2023? Am I only at 3 years of streaming? I thought I was on the 4-year anniversary. Oh my God. I'm such an idiot. It's fine. No, it doesn't even go back that far. Oh, no, I did. It doesn't show the chart. Okay. Okay. Because when I just changed the date. Let's go back to April of 2022. Okay. Does anybody want to guess? Do you want do you want me to give you an over under, or do you want to guess how many hours I've streamed? It's almost 4 years of streaming. I have not leftover farro. I have our farro in the cabinet from a previous engagement. So I'm going to use some of that here. So we're using the old stuff first. Robbie says 2,400 hours. Rainy Nian says 10,000 hours. Okay. 10,000 is a lot. 10,000 is a lot. I do have a number, and I feel fine about it. It's a good number. It's a good number. I'm happy with it. I don't really have any context for like what someone else has streamed in that same amount of time. 40,000 hours, Fudge Darling says. Hold on, is this by hours or minutes? Why is my mouse doing non-mouse things? Okay, there we go. Can I change this to be days, or do I have to actually do math? It's by hours. 40,000 hours. Okay. Would you like to know? I can. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. In 3 years and 3 years and like 11 months of streaming, Twitch says that I have been live for 1,968 hours. 1,968. 1,968 divided by 24 is 82 days. I've spent 82 days talking. That's when you put it in hours, it's like it's not quite the same context. Oh my God, way off. That's okay, Fudge Darling. Listen, if it was 40,000, that would also be a lot. That would be too many. It would be too many. So Fluff has spent 2 months, 13 days. That's 70 some days. So of the 82 days that 82 days worth of time that I've been streaming. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, so context there. Context, no one would have more than 3 months worth of time on watch time. Okay, that's a lot of days. I'm not surprised, but I'm like, oh, it's a lot. Cool. That's cool. That's good to know. That means we might hit 2,000 hours. 68, 78, 88, 98, 30 hours. Am I going to stream 30 hours in the next 7, 6, 12, 18, 20? I might. We might hit 2,000 hours of streaming like right around the 4-year anniversary. That'd be cool. Michael, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I hope y'all have a good one. I hope it's an easy, relaxing afternoon. And if it's not easy and relaxing, I hope it's brief. And if it's not brief, I hope tomorrow is better. It would be neat. Yeah, it would be neat. I'm calculating like how many streams I have before that time. Let's see. We have week 5, 12, 24. We might actually hit 2,000 hours on that day. If I follow what the calendar says for the next week, if the next 2 weeks we have our normal stream, exactly what the calendar says, on the date of the 4-year anniversary, which will be a camping stream, knock on wood that we have nice weather, we will hit 2,000 hours of streaming. That's kind of cool, actually. That's 500 hours a year. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Fudge Darling, I love hearing that. Thank you. And y'all being here in hanging out and like chatting is valuable to me, because that's why I started streaming in the first place, is having company in the kitchen. Now, when I started streaming, I was doing the like 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. let's make family dinner time. right? And that's like when I want to chat with people. Now it's obviously evolved, and there's a little bit of like, there's different, you know, I don't generally, I'm still making dinner, but like now it's a little bit more like, okay, I have, you know, I can have this schedule and I can stream for longer on some days. So I appreciate consolidating some of my kitchen stuff that I do into like one day's worth of activity. Like making stock, making, you know, a cake, doing some prep, like literal meal prep, is really great, and I appreciate being able to do that. Marianne, welcome in. So maybe we'll hit 2,000 hours worth of uptime in on that day. The day that I'm planning on doing that is May 13th, by the way. Our official 4-year stream anniversary is May 12th. So, okay, so we're pulsing this in the food processor. I'm looking for around half the grains to be cracked and a bit of dust forming around the sides and the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna pulse this. Here we go, pulsing. We do have a bit of dust, that's true. Caretaker at 456 hours, still a lot. Still quite a bit. I'm pulsing this. I don't know if that's coming through on stream. I'm sorry if it is. I don't think it is. I do see some dust in here. Let me take a look. I mean, I don't need to open this to see whether, yeah, this just needs more time. There's no time on here. It just says pulse until. So I don't know if it's 10 pulses or 100, probably somewhere in between. It's very loud. Okay, let's see. Still not half. It says about half, around half of the grains should be cracked. So it's not, I would not say this is half. Almost there. I see what they're saying with the dryness on here though. Now, all right, that'll do it. So this is my farro here, ready to roll. This is the actual sort of part of the dish that most what's the word I'm searching for? This is the primary solid ingredient in the dish, is this cracked farro. Okay, that looks good. So I'm going to take that, empty that. Cool. So that looks good. What I'm doing right now, so in case anybody's kind of like in case any of y'all came in the past a little bit here and are like, what's the schedule? Like, what are we doing today? Let's recap what we're up to today on stream. So we're doing a couple different kitchen projects today. I have already put a little tray of Jell-O, gelatin, in the refrigerator. So that's cooling. We put that in about an hour, about an hour ago or so, a little more than an hour ago. So that's in and cooling. So we're making gelatin. On the stove here, so what I'm pointing at right now, on this camera, is a pot of what will eventually be stock or broth. Broth that has chicken. So all that's in this pot right now are the remains of 2 whole chickens and a couple bay leaves. The pot here is simmering for about an hour or so, roughly. Once that's done, we're going to add a whole bunch of vegetable pieces to that. Carrots, onions, garlic, herb leavings. I have my little bowl of stuff here from what I'm prepping right now. So we're making the stock. Once I put the stock on, that's like just simmering. It's going to simmer. The Jell-O and the stock just take a while. What we're doing right now in this moment, other than talking, is preparing all of the things that I need to make the dinner portion of stream today. So we're making a carrot risotto, sunflower carrot risotto. It uses farro instead of the standard like risotto, instead of rice. So carrot, farro grain instead of arborio rice. But I'm prepping all the ingredients for that. So we're getting everything together: carrots, sunflower seeds, shallots, lemon, zested lemon, toasted sesame seeds, cracked farro, and then we have at least 1 or 2 other things here to like handle. Oh, I need to toast the pecans that are going in here. That's the other thing. So once we're finished prepping for dinner, like completely prepped, all of my ingredients are ready to go, and all I need to do is like stand at the stove and do things, as opposed to like chopping and cutting and toasting. Once that's finished, all the prep work is done for that, we're going to completely shift gears and make a cake. That cake is a citrus ricotta cake. It's supposed to be made with tangerines, but all I have, all the store had were Tangellos, which is like not quite a tangerine, but it's close enough. They looked good. They smelled good. They felt good. Importantly, they felt really soft. So, it is a citrus ricotta cake. It also has flour and sugar, real basic stuff in it. That also requires zesting. So we're like really leaning into the zest situation today. So once that cake is in the oven, hopefully the goal once the cake is in the oven is that we can work on the stock. Basically, like get the stock strained and packaged. And I'm not going to put it away today. I'm going to put it away today. But when I say packaged, I mean in containers that I can pop in the freezer, which I can then take out of the freezer, take the frozen chunks out of the containers, not on stream today, but take all of the frozen pieces out of those containers and vacuum seal them into 6-cup portions. I actually have some stock in here that needs to happen. So if I get hung up and I have like a little break on stream today in timing between activities, I may package some stock as well. So we'll see how that goes. I might forget that needs to happen, but now that I've voiced it aloud, I probably won't. That's where we're at. Once the stock is finished and the cake is finished, we're going to do our dinner, which I want to have ready around dinner time because it's dinner. I don't want it sitting on the stove, cooling down and getting all non-yummy. So that's what we're doing on stream today. That's where we're at. We've been live now for about 2.5 hours or so. Eventually, at some point in there, I'm going to do some dishes, and then we'll be yeah. I don't know why I left that sentence hanging. I do that frequently. If you've hung around here, you know that I occasionally, at least a couple times an hour, will just pause before the end of the sentence. So that was one of those scenarios. Anyway, little fun fact about me. Let's put this food processor, at least the base of it, back in the cabinet. Okay. And while we're in the business of recapping, let's say that couple things. If you're hanging out and you're lurking and you're new to stream, I want to remind you that, not remind you, I want to say to you directly, hi, thank you for lurking and I appreciate you. If you are a current follower, welcome back. Thank you so much for coming back. Thank you for lurking in general. I really appreciate the folks that just literally hang out, open the stream and never chat. That is how I experience Twitch. I want to tell you that if you're a lurker and you're new and you're not currently following, that follows are silent. So there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to acknowledge that you hit the follow button. Nothing's going to happen and no one's going to know. That is my own anxiety around following new streamers manifested on this stream. So just know that if you are hanging out and you're like, this is whatever, this is fine, I enjoy this, I enjoy this stream. Follows are silent. So no one's going to call you out for lurking. No one's going to make you, if you hit the follow button, no one's going to know. I mean, I'll know, but I'm not going to say anything about it. So I will appreciate that you follow. I would also like to say that if you're watching on YouTube, that subscriptions are silent. So if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. That would be awesome. And if you are watching live on YouTube, hitting the like button gets the stream out to like more people. It like taps the algorithm just a little bit. So if you feel so inclined and you're watching on YouTube, please go hit the like button. And listen, if you're watching on Twitch, there's a link to YouTube in chat. It would be awesome if you went to the live stream on YouTube and hit the like button and subscribed. So that's all. Those are my housekeeping notes for the day. At some point we're going to run an ad. At some point we'll play words on stream. Cool. What's next? We're going to keep prepping this thing. Lemon made my comments on time before the deadline. Just sliding in there. Yes. Apropos of nothing, if you are also new to stream, there's a link to a bunch of recipes that I've written in chat. And you can go there and make them. And if you ever make one of those recipes, it would be awesome if you liked and commented on it. And if you made it and didn't like it, don't do that. Lemon, I hope for your sake that is true. I hope for the sake of harmony that is true. I don't like feeling inharmonious. Back when I used to have a job in tech and managed customers all the time, one of my favorite things about that job, something that I actually miss, was the super specific type of communication that is required when you are trying to convince somebody of anything. But the level of that is different, you know. Anyway, let's toast these what are supposed to be hazelnuts but are in fact pecans. Quarter cup toasted hazelnuts. What am I doing with the hazelnuts? Nothing. I'm not making this with hazelnuts because they make me die. So we're not doing that. I should start a timer for that farro. Let's put a 10-minute timer on so I just remember to check it. You thrive in the chaos. It reminds me of the Batman movie where he's like, I was born in the darkness. Or whatever. I was born into chaotic text-based digital communication. Don't talk to me about the ancient lore. I was in AOL chat rooms. You have nothing. You've got nothing. I'm toasting these, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's why the oven's on. Warzy Blue, ASL. Right? Yo, I never lied about that. I know a lot of people were like, had their like, whatever. This is what I say. I was born in the darkness. You simply adopted it. Why did I just do a Sean Connery Bane impression? I don't know. We were innocent. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My formative years were spent on dial-up internet, and I think that experience was good because it really limited the amount of actual internet that I could consume, which I think was valuable, honestly. Like, I think that there's just too much internet is not a good thing. It also taught me patience. Mom, don't pick up the phone. I'm trying to download the latest Korn album. Stop. That's me. That's me as a 15-year-old. Right? Oh my God. I'm thinking of the internet sound. I was just having a moment of like, what else did I do? What else did I do on the internet? Dan, welcome in. Hi. Dan, I saw your check-in, and then I was like talking, and then it didn't happen. And then I didn't say anything. I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm happy to have grown up in a time where like I had to wait for images to load. The always on sort of like availability of every piece of information that's ever been recorded in human history, like with immediacy, is fine, but it takes away some of the like fun discovery of like finding new information, or like, I don't know, going to the fucking library. Like, true caretaker, did you ever pick up the phone not knowing someone was on dial-up and it screeched to you? Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Mainly I was the one who was getting interrupted because I was a teenager on AOL. I don't actually recall my mom using the internet at our house. The computer was literally in my bedroom. Do y'all want to feel a little triggered? Here we go. Talking about early internet. You know what that sound meant when I was a kid? Fucking addiction. That's what that sound meant. That and waiting forever for anything. Okay. Hey Lou, let's recall that there are pecans in the oven and that you'll need to get those out at some point. Probably soon. Tornello says, I used to pick up the phone on purpose so it would kick your sister off the internet. Off. Whoa, that's mean. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah. I hate it, but now I kind of love it. It's a vestige of the early internet that doesn't exist anymore. Did you know that AOL recently got rid of their dial-up service? This, like, within the past year, AOL has offered dial-up internet up until literally within the past calendar year. Why are we listening to dial-up? Birds, because we were talking about early internet and chat rooms and being a kid online in the days of the formative days of the internet. True Caretaker says you just transformed everyone of a certain age back to the 90s. Is there anyone in chat who doesn't know what this sound means? Is anybody like, what is that? What are you even talking about? I'm curious if anybody like has never experienced that sound IRL. The free AOL discs. Yes. Oh my God. Gwen, when she was a kid, had them literally stuck on the wall of her room like wallpaper. Bird says, honestly, I kind of find it endearing that the dial-up noise has lived on as an auditory meme for buffering of any kind. I do kind of love that meme means like slow internet now. That sound has that association, because that's quite literally what it meant. 56.6, right? When static came through your computer speakers, you knew a phone call was coming in. Yes. When it was like, you're like, hold on, phone's about to ring. Birds did not know that it had to do with dial-up connecting, or you know that it has to do, but never experienced it. Okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, and I mean, I think, I stopped experiencing that sound in 2002. Like pre-2002, that sound was common. After that, it wasn't. After that, I was in university and had broadband internet, so that sound went away. C-Films, welcome in. Now I'm wondering if different countries have different dial-up tones. I think so, yeah. It also associates when a person gets psychologically stun-locked, which I adore. I was born in 2002. I graduated high school in 2002. So my experience on the internet was quite different than yours, which is kind of wild. Part of my time in a good chunk of my like childhood, there wasn't, the internet wasn't a thing. And then for the rest of high school, it was, but it was not the same as now. We had a computer, like you have a computer room. Who else had a computer room that you like went in to literally use the computer? Bowtie Fly, fellow food and drink streamer. Thank you for hanging out. 2001 for me. Yeah, I just remember going to college and being like, oh, this shit's fast. I can download music like nothing. It was great. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope it goes well for you. Okay, I think we're finished with the prep for this, because the only other thing that I need to do is packed fresh dill. Why don't I do that now? Why don't I do that now though? Because I'll put the dill in the broth. Now the broth also has, we're gonna pop the vegetables into the broth too. Pecans in the oven. Yes, pecans are in the oven. Thank you. I did set a timer. The timer was for the farro. So I'm looking down at the timer. There's 15 seconds left on it. So yeah. I wish I could have experienced early internet. It was boring. I do think that the difference between early internet and today's internet is really the amount of ads and the amount of like crap. And by crap, I just mean like the amount of, I don't know, early internet just didn't have literally as much advertising on it. It was much different Yeah, these are toasted now. Okay, cool. We good. The advertising is, I think, the biggest thing, the biggest difference for me. I wonder if that's a Mormon thing. It could be. We had one computer. It was in for a while, for a long time. It was literally in my bedroom, which was probably not the best place to have it, honestly. But it's just you had. I think going online wasn't a thing. It was a thing that you did intentionally, and then you were like online, and then you weren't. That's the biggest difference, is like it was a choice to be there. Whereas now I like have notifications popping up on my phone, and it's just like, well, all the communication is available all the time, and like data can get to you easier. I think you were just, it was just more of a choice. It would take hours, not days, to download a gig. Nowadays, my phone has more memory capacity. Both, yeah, exactly, totally. I remember having a zip disk that held 100 megs, and I thought it was incredible. I put everything on there. Like literally all of my files fit on there. Fox Mulder says I cared more about playing SimCity. Yes, amazing. I remember the days before no advertising. Yeah, I mean, like the ads came along with speed and adoption. Like, pages that loaded very slowly couldn't have the same level of advertising, because then people wouldn't go to that website because it just wouldn't load. So now it can, Being on Tumblr, yes. If you're on Tumblr, you are quite literally experiencing the internet in a way that it used to be. Tumblr is great. I appreciate that Tumblr still basically exists as the same website that it has sort of always been. Because it literally is. It's like the same website it's always been. Okay, let's do the dill, and then we'll do the stock cake. We'll kind of move the amount of viruses out, right? I remember doing like downloading stuff. Like I downloaded all sorts of shit. I was very into the downloading. But like, yeah, like I remember downloading music and like videos and movies and all of that. And like you had to really be discerning about sourcing that kind of stuff, because otherwise your computer wouldn't work anymore after that. Because then you'd infect the family with computers. You'd infect the family computer in the house. Really, the Mormon Q&A AOL chat room was my first internet home. Oh my God. I do, yeah, the internet square lives in your pocket at all times. Yeah, that's honestly, like, that's the biggest difference. That is the biggest difference. Trinidad, that's wild watching your 15-year-old being as into Tumblr as we were back when I was young. Oh, I had several Tumblrs. You had the Tumblr for like artsy stuff, and then you had the Tumblr for like your hobbies. You're like your professional one. I say professional, like the link you shared, and then you had the one that was just like basically Pinterest before Pinterest was Pinterest. Like you had like several Tumblrs. That was like a thing. Bert says, I met my first girlfriend on Tumblr, and I met the guy I'm currently flirting with on there. Cool. Meeting on Tumblr's not unhinged. That's wild. That's so wild. But probably better than like Tinder, right? Why is the bot asking if I'm flirting? Why specifically from that message? Because you literally use the word flirting. The bot, like me, does not recognize when people are flirting, and so it needs to ask directly, are you flirting? Because if you are, great. And I'm like, I'm always down for that. The bot is clearly down for that. But the bot and I we don't recognize that at all. We're just like, it's nice. We're having a lovely conversation. It's great. And then the person's like, Listen, I don't think we can go out again. I was like really like hitting you and like then but like you just were not getting it. And I don't know. I just there's like some miscommunication there. And I'm like, what do you mean? Anyway. LimeWire, Bowtie Fly. LimeWire was the place to go, but you took a huge risk downloading music. Right. I used to use Kazaa and SoulSeek. Once once it was once you could use, yeah, SoulSeek was the one that was like the safest, I guess. I don't know. Never dated someone other than people I've met on Tumblr. That's far out. That's wild to me. That is kind of wild to me. Meanwhile, I'm like, I didn't know that you could meet people on Tumblr like that. Let me log back in. Sorry, I stopped talking because I'm like concentrating on not cutting my fingers off. Great. Warzy, yeah, the torrents. Yeah, SoulSeek. Okay, so yes, SoulSeek was more about torrenting. You know what I used to do that I figured out? I don't remember how I came across this little tip. It wasn't something I personally figured out. But like I came across this like how to find music on the internet. Where you could search, and you can still do this, but it's the way that the back end of the internet is structured now is less conducive to this. But you could search open directories, meaning like you ever go to a website and you go to like website slash index.html, right? Like I don't pretend to be a developer. I'm not an engineer. I don't know any of this, but like there was a little code, a little snippet that you could put into like Ask Jeeves or like Google when Google launched, that would search files in directories that were unprotected online. And you could search for MP3s that way. And that's how I found a lot of my music. And that was a little bit safer because people like didn't know that their directory wasn't protected. And so it was like a legit file. Torrenting, being torrential, kind of like that. Tangello, your diary land exists? Oh my God. Birds, you moved to the UK? That's cool. That's also cool that like that was like a meet cute on Tumblr. It's so wild. That is so wild to me. Not wild. It's wild that like that's a real thing. That like that actually happened for you that way. Bella says, I never forgave Metallica for messing with Napster. Yeah, you know what? I don't listen to Metallica. And I used to, and I don't. And that's literally the reason. Tumblr's perfect if you're looking for a weirdo for weirdo relationship, right? No, we can't date normies. I'm okay with being the weirder one, but not the only weird one. Facts. That's true. That is a good sentiment. That's a good way to put that, honestly. Okay, I think my farro may be finished. Let's check. We're gonna bring this over here and check. So the farro you cook the same way you cook like pasta. It takes a little longer than pasta, usually about 25-30 minutes. $3 nickels and about to be 3 nickels in a situation I was already 2 nickels deep in. That is a phrase, that is a turn of phrase I've quite literally never heard. I appreciate hearing new things. He's showing, it would display all the files in the directory if you didn't give a file name. Index.html file was if you wanted the custom index instead of the auto-generated one. Adorable. See, like I could not, clearly I could not have articulated that in the same way. I just knew that it worked, that it was like, oh, this is a way to get like really free stuff. You know what else I did? I found out it was the same along those same lines. I found out that you could search for open printers online. Like by the same token of having an open like directory to look for music, you could also search for printers, just like literally on the internet, like wherever on the internet, and print to them. Isn't that cool? I thought it was cool. It's a reference to the Phineas and Ferb movie. Oh, Phineas and Ferb. Doofenshmirtz. If I had a nickel for every time it was doomed by a puppet, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot. But isn't it weird that it happened twice? Phineas and Ferb is great. There's 104 days of summer vacation and school comes around just to end it. But something problem with our generation is figuring which way to spend it. Anyway, I know Phineas and Ferb. Now, let's be clear. I didn't grow up with Phineas and Ferb. I know Phineas and Ferb because I have 10-year-olds. And it's still a thing. Hold on, I said I wanted to cook that farro a little bit more, and I do. But let me set a timer for that. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We have our stock, it's ready to go. I'm adding these 2 bags of vegetables to it. These are let's not let that plop into there and splash up. I'm adding 2 bags of basically frozen scraps. So I have, what do I have in here? Onion, there's some green garlic shoots, more onion, more herbs, some green onion in here. And then this bag is a bunch of different stuff. So there's mushrooms, there's a couple small whole carrots in here. And then I have another thing of just bean water, herbs, onions, garlic. So this is actually a very straightforward stock. And this bag has had it. It's ripped quite a bit along the side. So this bag was on its, I don't know, 5th or 6th usage. So that one is done. We can just say goodbye to that one. But let's put this, oh, and then my little scraps from my prep today. Perfect. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a little bit more water in this. Not that much, because there's quite a bit in here. But we're basically going to cover all of this so that everything is floating. And then we will wait, where did I put? Oh, it's on the counter. Damn. Okay, that's fine. I need, what was in there? Okay, I'm just going to use, let me wash this little cup real quick that had Jell-O in it. Because I don't know if I'm going to need much more than 4 cups. So that'll be good. Okay. We're going to add water to this just up to the point where things are starting to float again.
Yeah, that's okay. So I just added 4 cups to that. I'm gonna add maybe just a little teeny tiny bit more. A little teeny tiny bit more. Not 4 cups, but quite a bit. Luke Skywalker, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. That is multiple Cookie Club entries. We have some Cookie Club entries with that one. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging out. Good to see. Always good to see your name. I know when I think about the folks that hang out on stream, it's I know that there's folks that chat frequently and there's folks that don't chat frequently, and I appreciate kind of everybody equally. And I'm not ending stream yet though. Just FYI. I know often when I see your name pop up, it's because I'm finished. But I appreciate you. Good to see you. I hope today and life in general is going well. Let's scroll up and say hi. Pause. Okay, pause. I have farro on the stove. There's a timer for that. I have the stock on the stove that doesn't need a timer. It's just there and boiling. Let me turn my camera back on for that. Nothing is in the oven. I am finished with my prep. I have Jell-O in the fridge. Okay, we are time for cake. Cake. That's my Rihanna impression. I hope you like it. Let me scroll back up. Catastrophe, hello. Dan, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate your company. Catastrophe, hello. Nice to see you. Mix, hello and welcome in. Welcome in. Let me oh, hold on, Mix, let me do something here. Just hang out a second. Hang out for like just a second. Sound corn. Okay. I don't know why. I need to go back and I need to add. Okay. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, got it. I will explain in depth why I just put that update in there. I'm scrolling back up in chat here. From what I missed. Free phone calls, fellas. Yeah, you can still fax things from the internet. I think that's fun too. Just scam the phone company. I had someone call me today and was like, when I get a spam call, I just like pick up the phone and don't say anything. And the person was like, hello? And I was like, speak. And they were like, I'm so-and-so from like lending services. Can I speak to the homeowner? And I was like, no. And they were like, okay, thank you for your time. I love it. It's strange. It did happen twice. Adorable. I didn't get the reference, but I know the show. Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah. Birds, I too like people that are, generally speaking, have some sort of notable, notable weirdness about them. I think it makes more, people who are weird are more interesting, full stop. AOL launched in 1991, a year that I was in first grade. That's sounds about accurate to me. Worzy says, I love cartoons. I've worked from home for so long, I would need things to entertain me. And rather than watching court and talk shows, I watch kids' cartoons. They're written quite well. They are written quite well. There's a few. See, instead of watching like crap and like brain rot on YouTube, it's funny that I wish that Calvin, I don't, wish is not the right word for this, but I often think, man, can you just like watch TV instead of YouTube? Tornado says we've done a pretty terrible job of presenting any kind of normality in their lives. And I know that when you say that, you don't mean like stability and love and like nurture. I know when you say that you mean like the typical like white picket fence, 2.4 children, like 2 cars in the driveway, church on Sunday kind of normal. I know what you mean, and I appreciate that too. I feel like that's similar in our house. Birds, enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. And I do, genuinely. Adorkable, I do not think that check-in is part of our consideration, and it definitely should be. I'm going to add it now. Because I think that it's funny. Check-in. Man, the list of like acceptable terms for check-ins is very long. It's very long because anytime there's a new one, I just add it. And Mix, yeah, to that point, I have your name in there, but apparently it's one or the other. You can have like group, the way that the bot is set up, you can have like group permissions or user permissions, but you can't have a mix of the two. And so I know what I'm going to do with that. I know what I'm going to do to remedy that, because we don't have that many people redeem sound commands, like create a sound command. So I'm going to create a group that is like specific to each. I can have an unlimited number of groups. So I'm going to create a group that's specific to your name. And then any sound command that you redeem, I can just add that group to the users of that sound instead of adding the individual, which means probably very little to anybody who's not familiar with StreamerBot, but it's basically the way that the bot structures permissions for things like that. Makes it not work. But I got to check wildcard. I don't because I also had the check please command. So I don't want them mixing. Birds, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out. PizzaNet is widely recognized as the first food website from '94. Test online pizza ordering. Oh my God. I wonder whose website that was. I wonder if they're still involved in the internet somewhere. Oh, I just got back. Okay. Wait, now I'm reading. Okay, sorry. I also don't read chat linearly sometimes. If someone like says goodbye and I see it, like I'll respond to that. Anyway. We could have had PizzaNet and now we have Skynet, right? God. Yeah, the internet is worse now than it used to be. And I don't have I think it's like the availability of information is greater, but like the quality of the experience is worse. If that tracks. Like being online is shittier now than it was 20 years ago. But I appreciate being able to have, like, when I want information, I appreciate being able to have like the world's information right at my fingertips. You know what I mean? Oh, wow. Mix, I want to see the pizza movie. Okay, that's a movie I do want to watch. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I like stoner movies. Which it sure sounds like that is. PizzaNet is still live. Okay. Does it still look like it used to? I don't generally watch television, like network television, Fudge Darling. I'm in agreement with you that the vast majority of my entertainment comes from YouTube and Twitch. I greatly prefer just like watching some videos on YouTube to trying to find something on the television to watch. We recently switched from having like cable. We had cable for a long time because we watch like Big Brother and Survivor and a couple like network shows. If you watched Big Brother, no. If you watched Survivor last night, I haven't seen it. Don't ruin it for me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't know what happened, and I don't know if it was exciting or boring, and I don't need to know either of those pieces of information. I just don't want it ruined for me. Anyway, yeah, no Survivor spoilers. Calvin, we recently got Calvin into watching Survivor. Gwen and I have been watching it for a long time. She's been watching it forever. I've been watching it for less than forever, but up for a long enough time that it's like part of my core rotation of media consumption. But recently we started watching it this season with him. So that's kind of fun. He's enjoying it. Yeah, he's enjoying it. So. Okay, what is on the trays? This is farro. So the same farro that I'm using for my recipe for the risotto is down here. So this is it's cooked. Yeah, this is cooked. I boiled it basically just like pasta, and now I've got it spread out on the tray so that it cools. I'm going to leave it on the tray for a little while, and then I'm going to put this tray in the freezer. It is kind of like barley. It's a little denser. I love having a big like bag of it in the freezer. So basically, I'll freeze it on those trays, and then I'll put it in. I'll break it apart. I'll break it into like all sorts of like. I'll break it into the individual pieces so that it's frozen and not in like chunks. And then. When I want for like dinners or whatever, dinners, salads, I can add a little bit of cooked farro to it. It's already cooked. It's ready to go. I crisp it up in the cast iron pan, and it comes together like really, really pretty quickly. Okay. There's going to be a Super Troopers 3. I didn't know that. Can I tell you that I didn't know that there was a Super Troopers 2? Which perhaps makes me a bad person. But no, I honestly didn't know that there was a Super Troopers 2. Which is fine. Which means I have something to catch up on, which is kind of nice. Okay, here's what we're doing. You ready for this? Let's see. Mix, what sounds were yours? Yours, the ones that you had that you had redeemed were peaches, right? Peaches and corn, I believe. Peaches, corn. Is that correct? Would you say that that's correct? Add group. Okay. So, action history. There we go. Mix, if you try, can you do me the favor of trying one of those two in chat again? It should work now. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Groups. Users. Okay. And then under commands, teaches allowed. If this doesn't work, then we'll figure it out later. That was me. I was making sure the sound actually worked. Settings, groups. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe I spelled your name wrong because I literally typed it in by hand. No, all right. It should work, and if it doesn't work, then I will need to make some change to it. Which we will. Oh. Okay. We'll figure it out, but I will get it to work. The reason it doesn't work is because I have it set up because the way that I changed. The way that I changed something. All right, I'll figure it out. It's in Discord. I know what that says. So, no algo, no AI, internet babysitter. No, I know. I do kind of miss that. How long has it been since I thought about Stumble Upon? A while. But I think about Google Reader basically all the time. It is neat that it's been preserved, Warzy. I agree with you. Is there a new season of Survivor? There is. It's season 50. Pharaoh is yummy. Add Super Troopers 3 to the Gravestone. Basically, add any movie that was made after like 2002. This is too silly. It is. It is. So yeah, Super Troopers was like just a fun movie. I don't know. Hey, look, I made you some content. Anyone else running into supply chain areas, or is it just my area? Velo says it's getting harder to find fresh fruits and veggies. Yes, and that is, I think the fruits and vegetables thing isn't necessarily it is a supply chain issue, but it's also like a labor issue. My local Aldi hasn't had coffee in a while. Okay, coffee is a supply chain issue. We don't grow coffee here, not in this country. Okay, let's get this time check. 1650 or 1550. Woo! 1650 would be bad. We don't want that. Okay, so we have, where did my list go? My to-do list. There it is. Okay. Cake is next. Cake is easy, I say foolishly. Let's look at this cake recipe. Preheat your oven to 350. The oven's on. Great. Line a loaf pan with parchment paper. Okay, let's do that. It is asking me for an 8x4 loaf pan, which is in here somewhere. There it is. We found it. Is this 8x4? I think so. Let's check. Yeah. 8, 4. Yes. Good. 8x4, lined with parchment paper. Let's get the parchment paper out for the 15th time today. This is one of those moments where I'm like, I know there's a trick to getting this in here like evenly and kind of perfectly, but I don't know what it is. So let's just like consider. If I slice it like this, then I can fold those sides in on each other. Okay, we got it. Hold on, there's texts happening that are school related. Hold on. Something on. Okay, sorry. There was concern about a busing situation, which I knew the answer to the situation, but had not communicated that to Gwen. So there was a bit of concern happening. It's like, that's one of those, like, let's reply immediately. Okay. All right. Crisis averted. So what did I say I wanted to do here? I'm going to put this in. I think I can just, actually, why don't I just put this in like this? Yeah. Okay. Just trying to get, I'm getting like, what does the bottom of this look like? There we go. So we'll cut and cut and cut and cut. Cut. I'm a knife. Knifing around. That's better. Chicory. A plant experiment. What do you do with chicory? Roast the root. Yawpan. A coniferous shrub. Interesting. The only native plant to contain caffeine. I've never heard of this. I've heard of chicory before. It's the only caffeine source for dishes in America. Interesting. Hold on. Go ahead. We still have concerns. Okay. I think Calvin left his phone like sitting on the ground outside of school. Great. Great. Okay. Fellas, you watched another food streamer struggle with parchment paper for about 20 minutes. It can be a struggle. It can be a struggle. It really can. What's the eggs and ricotta? Next, whisk in the zest and the juice from both and the sugar. Sift in the flour and baking powder. Okay, so 1 bowl means 1 bowl is the bowl that everything is going in. So we're going to put all of our ingredients into this bowl. So we're going to start with the eggs and ricotta. Let me do two things. Wash my hands, stir my stock. Nick, are you like roasting all of this yourself and sort of grinding and doing this? Is this like, or is this a thing that you're like a thing that you're aware of? That's just happening. Sorry, I've been roasting chicory since I was wee. Okay, so this is an ongoing thing that has applications to our current scenario. Understood. Okay, hands are washed. Stock is stirred. Let's get this cake in the oven. Let's get my ingredients out first, actually. Ricotta cheese, sugar of choice. Great way to put that. Sugar, flour, baking powder, salt. Okay, so baking powder, not soda. Sugar, flour of choice. We're going to use regular flour. No vanilla in this. That's interesting. Should we add vanilla to this? I feel like I want to add a little bit of vanilla in here, just like a little bit, because it's a cake and sort of citrus, so why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we add vanilla? And I'm going to add a little bit of orange extract too, because I think that'll go nicely. 248 grams of ricotta cheese, 2 eggs. Whisk together the eggs and ricotta. Got it. Easy enough. And then the scale is somewhere around here. The scale's over there. 2 eggs. This makes you've been drinking Yalpan for a while. Interesting. So now, do you grow that? Is that a thing that you have like for yourself? I'm ruined if there's no caffeine. It's wild that for a while, I didn't drink caffeine for like a good 1.5 or 2 years somewhere in there. And I have a much more measured approach to caffeine consumption now, which is nice because I used to be like way over the top, and now I don't. Now I'm in the 2 cups a day when I'm streaming. Usually 2 cups a day now. I think my caffeine intake is basically like a cup of coffee first thing in the morning, so like 6 a.m. and then another around like noon or so, and then we're done. Then we're finished for the day. 248 grams of ricotta cheese. So we have, on our scale, let's see, 248. Well, that's 270. 244. 248. Okay, 250. And then this I can't, I had egg yolk on it, so charge it to the game. All right, this goes back in the fridge. And then we have we're gonna whisk this together. This is asking for tangerine zest and juice. So before I do that, let me get our tangerines zested here, and juiced. Hold on, my little sieve for juicing is here, and this needs to be rinsed out. Ah, you have to get the glove. That's so cool. That's so cool, Mix. I appreciate it's the farming and like that world, the world of growing and cultivation is one that I appreciate and have so like little actual knowledge of. 2 tangerines zested, whisking the tangerine zest from one and the juice from both. Okay, so they do want you to separate the zest in this situation. So I will do that. And again, these are Tangellos, so they are not tangerines. But the store didn't have tangerines, so we're using the closest available thing. And I don't love using the little like cuties or other like those little sort of peelable things. If I was going to use anything other than a tangerine, I would use an orange. Because I think that the ones that are designed for like peeling and eating, I feel like they're not as juicy. The longer you do it, the less you know. That's sort of the same for any industry that you can go deep in like that, I feel like. Oh, I hear kids out. The kids are out front. And there are some kids out front who are playing, and I just heard them yell, "Hey, Calvin!" So he's about to be home. We'll find out if his phone is on him or not. The truth is about to be revealed. If his phone isn't on him, I actually don't. If he doesn't have his phone, we may need to end stream because Gwen is unavailable. And I have his phone tracked, so just like FYI, if his phone is actually not with him and gone, I'm probably gonna call Gwen and see like, hey, can we are you around? Can we help? Can you help figure can you get this? Can you drive back to the school? We'll see. But like I said, we're about to figure it out. TARDIS, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Good to see you. All right. Hello. How are you? Fine. You okay? I'm okay. Okay, we gotta hold on. Let me.
Not like it or anything.
No, I know. Okay, we gotta be right back. So let me put up a Game Awards on stream, and we'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes, or I'll be back when it makes sense. Okay, but we will be back. Hold on. The game. Nope, that's not right. Hold on. Which one is the one that we want? Oh, I don't have words on stream loaded. That's why it's not loading. Okay. Words and load and go. All right. I'm gonna be. All right. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, coming back after this board. Good job, y'all. I see a lot of boards in chat. Very nice. I saw, I think the fourth one. I saw the conversation, like that was a good run. Very cool. Well, if you were hanging out in chat and playing words on stream, thank you. I know we don't usually do like a mid-stream, like long form break like that, but we do. That's okay. It happens. Just making sure that everybody, you know, that things are good. Calvin came home to update y'all. He did leave his phone there, but Gwen is on her way there to try to get it. We have location tracked. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. You know, have y'all ever left your phone somewhere? I have, and it's frustrating and upsetting. So we're feeling a lot of that for the first time, which is good. I was like, do you need me to stop? I said to Gwen, I was like, do you need me to stop and like clean up here and go over there? Because she's waiting. She's somewhere else. So, and she was like, no, but she's on her way over there now. And we will know the outcome of this story before the end of stream. So hopefully it's a good one. And if not, it's just a phone. Robbie says, Dana left her phone in Munich, Germany. And then you got on a plane and came home. Got it. That sucks.
And then you got on a plane and went back.
Yeah, no, they did not get on a plane and go back. Where are some places that y'all have left your phone? I have left my phone. I left my phone in Rittenhouse Square one time and walked like halfway home. I was taking selfies and it was just like up on a thing. And I literally like, I finished taking pictures. I like put my jacket back on and then left, and I left it up there. I've left it in the gym. I've left it on the bench at the gym a couple times recently too, as recently as like a month ago. Fudge Darling, you left your phone in the Busch Gardens bathroom. That sucks. That kind of sucks. Sofa said, my phone fell out of my pocket beside my car in the city. Thankfully, it was still there an hour later. Yeah. The thing is that I think with phones, I think that nowadays people know that you can track phones and like you can see them and that like if I see a phone out in the world that's just sitting there, I'm never going to touch it. I'm just going to leave it right where it is. Fudge Darling said they called your husband so it worked. Back in 2006, Sofa, if you would have, yeah, that was way back before you could track your phone. It happens every once in a while. I'll see someone leave their phone like on the machine on like a machine at the gym, and I'll be like, oh, that person was on that treadmill and they haven't been there for a while. So I will like grab the phone and like walk around the gym. And often they're like, they've moved on to a different machine. And because they have Bluetooth headphones, they just never knew that they left their phone there because like it was still playing and the gym's not big enough to make a difference. Whisk together the eggs and ricotta cheese for 1 minute. Okay, so let's do a 1 minute timer. 1, 0. No, we're not doing that. We're just going to do a count up timer. Okay, so we're whisking together the eggs and the cheese. We're getting back to our recipe here. We're making Tangello, a citrus ricotta cake. There's Jell-O in the freezer too, Cal. Fridge. It's not ready yet. Yeah, it's not ready yet, but it will be. Ash is being nearby. Yeah, he senses that the mood is a somber one. Also, he's just nearby because that's who he is. Cal, all the cats were on stream today. Clifford was here. Yeah, mom was feeding Clifford right here on the counter. Okay, whisk together the eggs and ricotta. Next, whisk in the tangerine zest from one tangerine, Tangello, and the juice from both tangerines, and the sugar until incorporated. How much sugar? Let's see. Tardis, I don't know if you're even still here. Did I say thank you for subscribing? I feel like I did, but I might not have. I appreciate you. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate it. I genuinely do. 66.67 grams of granulated sugar. That's a specific number. I like that one. 66.67. Okay. 2, 4, 61, 66. We're just going to do 67 grams of sugar. Don't do it. Okay. Juice from both tangerines and the sugar until incorporated. This spouse just walked by when I said that and was like 6, 7. That's why I said don't do it to Calvin, because he's sitting here and I said it and he looked at me and I was like, don't do it. All right, so we're also going to whisk in a little bit of vanilla, just like Calvin just said it's vinegar, and I panicked because I haven't poured it in yet, but I did panic a little bit. How much vanilla? I don't know, just that much. And just a little bit of orange extract for a little extra citrus. Not really needed, but like we'll make it extra citrusy. Okay, sift in the flour and baking powder and mix with a spatula. Transfer the batter to your pan. So this is super, super easy. This, the recipe, one of our moderators, Liz in the OC, posted this to Discord like last week, I think. And I think this is the quickest turnaround I've ever had between a recipe being posted and me deciding that I actually do want to make it. Yeah, like one week between posting and making is unheard of. You know what? How long does it usually take? Never. That's how long it usually takes. Because I don't usually make recipes that people post to the recipe channel in Discord. I just don't. Because it's not like that. It's like, here's a good recipe that you might enjoy. And I'm like, cool. And I read it and I do enjoy it and I appreciate it being there. Half a cup of flour, 62.5 grams of flour. What am I making right now? I'm making a ricotta orange cake.
Oh, right, you did say that.
62.5 grams of flour. That's not much. It's really not much flour at all. You know what? Actually, I am in this moment, I'm realizing that both of these recipes were recipes that Liz posted. The risotto one she posted last year though, and I made it then. 2 teaspoons of baking powder, a half a teaspoon. 1, a half, and 1, 1.5, and 2. Okay, good. Now I don't need to think anymore. Mish, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. Welcome. I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. Calvin's doing all right. It's the last day they had statewide testing today. They had statewide testing all week, actually. And today was the last day for this week. They'll have more of it next week, so I'm doing okay. He's a little not stressed, but just statewide testing is always a little bit like anxiety inducing, I think. He thinks he did okay. He said I liked it, which is you all right? Okay.
I liked
Whisk in the tangerine, sift in the flour and baking powder, and mix with a spatula. Okay, so I'm gonna sift this all into this bowl because I put it in my sifter. And then we'll mix it in to here. And then we just pour it in this cake pan, which seems pretty easy. Friends who are hanging out, Mishmish is a fellow food and drink streamer. I was going to say a fellow Philadelphia sports fan, but I'm not necessarily a sports fan. I root for Philadelphia sport teams because I like when they win, because people are better. They're less awful when our sports teams win. So like, go Birds, right? Go Birds.
Except there's a lot of Bird sports teams.
There are, Calvin says there's a lot of Birds sports teams. There are a lot of Birds sports teams. That is true. But when you say it in Philadelphia, people know what you mean. We are stirring. It says mix with a spatula. Okay. So it doesn't say like fold in, which is good because this is not a foldable situation here. This is definitely a very liquidy scenario. So I'm curious how this all turns out ultimately. Tap on the counter, settle the batter, bake for 40 to 45 minutes, allow to set in the pan, transfer to a cooling rack, serve with powdered sugar and fruit. So what am I doing with the other zest? It says whisk in the tangerine zest from one tangerine and the juice from both. Am I really not using the other zest at all? Hold on. No, I'm literally not using the other zest. Although it says serve with powdered sugar. So maybe I could put the other zest on top. Or should I just put it in this pan? I feel like I should just put it in and have it be in here. Like, why would you? I don't know. It feels weird to exclude the zest. And putting it on top, I'm just going to throw it in. Oh my God. Oh, look. Oh, I dropped it. It fell in. Whoops. Guess we'll mix it in. Okay. Yeah, I just read it. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say it doesn't say not to put it in. So, or it does. It actually explicitly says not to put it in.
It said put in.
It says only use half, or you only use the zest from one. I don't know. Why waste it? Why not use both zests, making it extra zesty? I mean, I put orange extract in here too, so like I'm already like out of line here, so let's just keep it going. We have let's see. Yeah, hopefully this works. So it says put it in the pan, pour it in the pan, tap it out, and put it in the oven. So we're going to do that.
Science is cool.
Callie, Mom should be home in time for karate though, because it's only like 4 something.
Well, I was gonna say.
And she's taking you tonight.
Okay.
You're gonna say what? That you don't really want to go?
Yeah.
How come? Just not feeling it? Not feeling it right now.
Yeah, definitely not right now. But I was also thinking that. Like,
Okay, this is good. We're gonna pop this in the oven, 40 to 45 minutes. Let's see how it goes. Okay. I would encourage you to go because you're still like catching up, right? But I get it. If you don't want to go, that's also okay.
We are going to watch Survivor tonight. So my plan was that you go to karate, you come back, and then we eat dinner while we're watching Survivor. That was my intention. Jamie, welcome. Dinner is a carrot risotto. Farro carrot risotto.
Is that what that is in the back?
No, that's just broth for timer. That's just broth.
Great carrot.
So 40, I'm gonna set a timer for 40 minutes. Now my oven's, that's 4 minutes. That's not gonna work. 4000. Okay.
That's
Fudge Darling asks if you need a hype song for karate. No. A hype song? Like an entry song, like da 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 da. Why did I come up with that? Where the hell did that one come from? Okay. Like the Rocky theme song.
I don't think that's a Rocky thing.
That's not the Rocky theme song. No, that's Gonna Fly Now by Billy Conti. And we know that one.
Gonna fly.
Would telling do you want to would telling some jokes to chat make you feel better? I just don't think he wants to go to karate tonight. That's all.
Gonna fly now is the Rocky thing.
I know, that's what I said. Gonna Fly Now by Billy Conti is the theme song to Rocky. That's literally what I said.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you said. When you said, no, that.
Fudge Darling, is that 5 Iron Frenzy?
You said, no, that's not the theme song. That's Gonna Fly Now by Billy Conti.
Okay.
So I misunderstood.
Yeah. No, I know who wrote the theme song to Rocky. Okay. Cake is in the oven. So we are through a bunch of our prep, which is good. Cake is in the oven. Now we're going to do a, here's where we're at in stream. We're going to strain the stock that's over here. I'm going to I'm going to stir this farro because it's like, just needs to be cycled. Let me wash my hands. I'm going to stir the farro. We're going to pop that in the freezer if I have space. I'm going to strain the stock and get that into some containers to start cooling down so that I can put it in the freezer later. And then we're going to start with the actual dinner. Once that cake comes out of the oven, we have to let that cool for 20 minutes, it says, and then we're going to have a piece of that because I've been looking forward to that one all day.
Well, ELA teacher said that we were going to have a party in her class, which we haven't done yet this year.
Okay. So you're going to have a party in her class tomorrow, or?
No, not like tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
She said that we'll have the dates by Monday,
Okay.
but she said that there's that anyone that plays an instrument will be the entertainment.
Okay, so you're going to play an instrument for your class party?
And yeah, and
Okay.
and they also need.
All right, this is mixed up. They also need food? Okay. Let's chat about that a little later. What kind of food are we talking about? Snacks or like food?
Like food.
Like food? Okay.
No.
When your ELA teacher was like, we're going to need some food for this, did she look directly at you? Question?
No, she
Okay.
she elected like party planner.
Are you a party planner?
No.
Okay.
But they were the ones that were saying like what it was going to be about,
Okay.
what they were going to do,
Got it.
what they were going to need.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's good. Okay. Callie, I would encourage you, why don't you, it's
1637. I know that you don't, in this moment, you're like, you're still a little dysregulated from like the situation, right? I also know that when you go to karate, that you do enjoy it. And that tonight is probably going to be an enjoyable class. So I'm encouraging you to consider going, despite the fact that you don't really want to, but I will also support if you don't, if after consideration. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's one of those, like, I always feel like karate is one of those, you're glad you're
You don't want to do it, and then when
right.
you go, you like it.
Right. You'd never want to go, and then you go. But except like I feel like that with like going to the gym. But the difference is going to the gym, you can just do the moment you feel like it, whereas karate starts at a specific time, so you kind of have to like, okay, now is the moment, right? So maybe
Well, if I'm
just consider it.
if I'm doing that, could I use my iPad?
Now? Yeah. Yeah, bye. Yeah. Okay. I turned my microphone off for just a second so I could, because not everything needs to be shared on the internet. Fellow says, my old man would have been like, I paid for these lessons. Why are you not going? Right. Yeah, Velos, part of the reason, for me, and I don't mind if Calvin hears this because I've said it to him before, is like, I don't want him to feel like, I don't want it to be a pressure situation. I don't want it to be like, you have to go to this thing. Because then it's not fun anymore. And for me, it's like, this is a long-term thing where, the goal is that he's doing it for a while and ends up, and it becomes, it's like, I get I understand that. I understand like where that parental urge comes from to be like, no, you got to do it. And I'm also sort of like, all right, this is a long form. Okay, we're gonna take it easy and not make this not. I don't want to turn this in. I don't want this to be an argument. All right. Calvin's phone is directly where Gwen is, so hopefully that's a thing that happens. All right, let's strain this stock. So before we get into the actual dinner making, I'm gonna clear up the meal prep stuff that we have going on. So I've got a big pot of, oh God, don't drop it. Great. I've got a big pot of broth over here. Broth, stock, pick one. Either terminology genuinely is fine. I have my bowl. So I'm going to take all of the stuff out of here, and I'm quite literally going to put it into the bowl that had my cake batter in it, because it's dirty and gonna just continue to get dirty. That's fine. Because I don't need the bowl that I'm putting the stuff from here to be clean. It's not necessary. But we're taking all of the solids out that I can get out with the spider, and then we're going to strain the remaining liquid. So I'm not. I usually don't. I usually don't strain it through anything bigger, greater, better than just like a fine mesh sieve. I don't generally use like cheesecloth or other stuff. Sometimes if I want it to be like very clear and not have all of like the little like small particulate in it, then I'll strain it through like a coffee filter. But that takes a longer time, and I don't really care all that much because I'm usually using this for recipes that are I'm usually using this in either cooking a recipe that is not mine or just in a dish that I don't care about. Well, Gwen found his phone. Yay! Yay! We did it. Yay. Hold on. Is there a... Whatever. I was going to say, do I have like a cheer thing? I don't, but whatever. Carol on YouTube, welcome in. Good evening to you too. Yeah, she found it. See, now that we were talking about the internet and sort of like all of the differences between that, you know, then and now, generally speaking, that's a huge difference. Like his literal phone has like location tracking on it, so she just went to where the thing said that Calvin is and found it. Actually, she said that someone turned it into the front desk of the building that he was outside of, which is great. We love to hear it. So, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Carol says, vegan risotto I love. I made this recipe last year, and I really loved it a lot. It was one of those things that was... It's like, it feels like it's a little bit complicated to make. It's not like that complicated. But it has, you know, several steps. It's a risotto. But I really loved it. The key... Oh, hold on. I need to soak these sunflower seeds. The key aspect of this... I need to soak these sunflower seeds right now. It says that you're supposed to do this an hour before starting, and I did not. And we are just a little less than an hour before starting. So let's soak these. I'm glad I remembered that. That means I was like, I actually remembered something, sort of when I needed to remember it. Carol says, I used to make lots of vegan food. I went through a period last year. Were you vegan at some point? You said used to. I assume that maybe that was a dietary thing or a lifestyle choice that changed. It is, for me, I went through a phase. I hate using the word phase, but I did last year for a couple months. I was cooking like 1 or 2 specifically vegan meals every week, just to do it. And this was one of the ones that I really loved from that time. That I only made it the one time, but I'm making it again because I was talking about carrots on stream at one point, and was reminded that I made this and loved it. And so I was like, oh yeah, I could just make that again. I have the recipe. Looked very green and fibrous and a little veiny. Swamp Thing soup. Swamp Thing soup sounds dubious. If I was even more... I feel like there's another thing that could be done with these cooked but not completely broken down elements in here, like the carrots, all of that. I just put them back. I just put them in the compost, is what I do with them. But I feel like there's like one other step here that could be done. Something else could be done with these. I'm not going to do it today, so just like FYI. But I'm open to suggestions, you know. I just realized that in putting this in this bowl, because this bowl wasn't clean, I can't take the liquid that has fallen out of here and pour it back into this pot because this has cake batter on it. So we're just going to put this directly into the compost. And we're going to leave the compost slightly open just to let this cool off a little bit. Okay. There we go. My compost bin is very full. Actually, I'm going to close the compost bin. Carol said you were vegan for about 5 months. I've never been strictly vegan. I've been vegetarian at points in my life, but and they said it started when I went to Europe and I used to experiment making pizza, burgers, and spaghetti bechamel, all vegan from scratch. That's cool. What did you use for the bechamel? Because that's very cream based, right? Mishra says I asked for a compost regulated can for Mother's Day. That's when you know you're a like bona fide adult, when you're asking for gifts like a compost bin. That's some like adult shit right there. That's for real. But also like nice. That sounds great. I remember one time I got really excited. I was thinking about composting. Not thinking about it, but I was like, we live in a situation that's not really conducive to composting because I don't really have like land or space or any like anything around me that would allow for like an easy compost bin. And also functionally, I don't really garden or like have a need for the compost. So I don't compost this myself. I put it in a bin and then it gets sent. I put it in a bin and on Monday morning at like 5 a.m. they pick it up. And that's the compost process for me. I can get, if I want, they'll give, they make dirt out of it, like they make soil out of it. Command Bennett, Bennett, in chat. We went to go see the place that does the compost. The company that collects my compost. We went to tour their facility, which was super cool. And I was really impressed. They do all sorts of different stuff there. But you can get dirt and soil from them, from their compost. If you want, you can buy it every year as a member of their like compost collection. You can get a bit of it for free. It like comes with your membership. So I pay for them to come collect this bin. And they do, obviously, because I pay them for it. But it's better than throwing it out or tossing it. I am going to strain this with a little bit of cheesecloth. I'm going to strain it one more time into here through just the strainer itself. And then we're going to strain it with some cheesecloth just once. This is a great strainer. I really enjoy this one. I do kind of wish that it was, actually I don't. I don't wish anything different about this strainer because I have another one that also works really well. I'm going to use the other one to strain the next step because it is rounder and it is easier to put the cheesecloth in and not have it like bunch up. So this is like the final boss of strainers. It's not. It's actually a much worse strainer to use, but for the process that I'm doing and what I'm doing with it, it is the right shape, the correct shape. It used to have a little thing on the front of it that sat on the top of the pot that like let you keep it there, but that broke off. So that sucks. Anyway, we are going to use a little bit of cheesecloth here, and I like using it in this strainer because I can sort of lay it across, and then it sinks down in, but it doesn't bunch up as much at the bottom as it does in that other strainer. If I try to use it in that cone-shaped strainer, it like gets all bunched up in the bottom of the pot of the thing, and then it just like doesn't. It works, but like you have to pour kind of really precisely. Mix, y'all have municipal compost, which is kind of amazing. I saw when I was in Toronto their like municipal bin set up, and I was so jealous because it is so nice to be able to have that. I wish we had that in Philly. But we do not. We just have we have several private companies, but they have merged at this point. So we have like one larger private compost company here. Actually, no, we might have two or three, but we're just one that I am very familiar with. Carol on YouTube says the cashew can have hummus-like consistency and can be used as cheese and a cooking cream substitute. I have definitely made cashew milk before as part of a vegan recipe. And cashew cream. I haven't made, but I've used cashew butter, which is really good. I forget the brand name of it, but there was some specific brand that was like highly recommended, that it was very almost indistinguishable from regular butter in terms of like texture and melting and usage and all that. It's not quite as fun as living 20 minutes from a giant mushroom farm. I mean, why can't we have both of those things? I hear garbage is organized. Yeah, I saw the garbage situation I've seen it in Toronto, and I'm imagining that it's even more so elsewhere. Pretty good for North America. Hold on, Calvin's yelling. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'm just going to make dinner and we'll have it as soon as it's ready. So we're going to eat before karate would be over then, okay? All right. Or not, or I'm going to fucking talk the whole time and we're going to end up being super late. Whatever. God, all the municipal clippings, that's amazing. Bennett is a for-profit company, so like I know that they work with the city, but like they don't give the stuff. They don't give the compost to the city. It's not that altruistic. I still pay for it, despite the fact that throwing it away would be free, because I would rather pay for it than throw it away. So it's one of those situations where until such time that the city decides that it's important and provides it as a service, I will continue to pay for my compost to be collected. Which, like, annoying, and it is what it is. All right, cheesecloth is working out. We're straining. This is still going to have some solids and like small particulate in it because I'm only straining it once. But it's coming along. So we're going to finish this. Then we're going to put the farro away. By the time we put the farro away, the cake should be finished. Cal, the people are knocking on the door for you to come out and play. Okay, they're out there. I can hear them. Boris, hello. Welcome in. So we're going to finish straining this, and then we're going to put the farro away, get the cake out of the oven, and then we're going to make dinner. That's next. So yeah, you can really tell when the cheesecloth gets sort of clogged. Not clogged, but it's like, it's not draining as well. I'm tilting it a little bit so it hits these areas that are not as jammed up. At this point, this is where I would change the coffee filter. But we only have like a couple drops left in this pot, so we're almost done. I did not put any seasoning in here. No, so no salt, no pepper. I did not do any of that, which at this point I'm kind of like, damn, I should have done that. But I'm also like, well, oh, look at that. I can just rest it on the spoon like that. Yeah, hell yeah. So this is gonna finish draining. I was thinking just now, I was like, oh, I'm going to taste this. And I was like, oh, it's not going to be salty. I could season it now, but it's also past the point where I would want to add anything to this. So I'm not. Mix, that's great. I mean, it's good that you have that level of consideration for the environment around there. I know we talked about this when I was walking through Bartram's garden about how like pollinators and springtime bugs need that detritus, need those like leaves and the ground cover to stay in place. So like that's why you don't want to like rake the leaves. But I'm reading into your sentence there, the beyond natural happening. The natural happening of like the leaves is like leaves falling off the trees is different than like mowing grass, right? Or like trimming back like hot trees from the highway, that kind of thing. Caretaker says, when we use cheesecloth for our nut milks, we pour some in and squeeze the liquid out and toss the solids. Can you compost cheesecloth? I don't actually know if you can. I don't know if I can specifically. There's some levels of what you can and cannot put in your compost here, because we're not composting. So if this was a municipal compost, right? If this was the city sponsored this, they would be able to compost more things than what Bennett being the private company, than what Bennett can, because the larger your compost pile is, the more residual heat you can have and the greater breakdown of material you're able to achieve, which we learned when we went to visit Bennett Compost. Which is why they can now take certain items that they couldn't take years ago because now they're a bigger company. If your cheesecloth is 100% natural fiber, yes, you can compost it. If it's a combo, I can teach you how to pull the plastics. I don't know whether or not this is. I believe it is. I'm pretty. Let's see. What does it say? 100% cotton. Caretaker says for y'all, used cheesecloth is asked to be put into the regular garbage. I've never seen it on a list of compostable things from Bennett. I keep like I'll every year when they send out a bunch of like things, I will I'll sort of go back over what you can and cannot compost from them. I've never seen cheesecloth on there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they were up and down the street on their bike. So, I don't know. Go take a look if you want. And if not, I don't care. Whatever. This is pretty good. The chicken itself was salted. Damn, that is really good. I'm going to use this for the risotto tonight, actually. This is good. This is good such that I want to just drink it, like, out of a mug. Oh, fuck. That is so good, though. This is definitely the best broth that I've made in a long time. Oh. Megan, welcome. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh my God. That is amazing. That is so good. Sorry, I keep saying it, but like it really is. Cal, do you want to try some broth? Okay. I wish it was Friday. Yeah, it's not, unfortunately. It is Friday, Junior, though. I blew my midwinter broth. Temperature to Decilia. Now I don't trust it. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah, Mix, my freezer downstairs, when our basement flooded, my downstairs freezer got basically filled with water. And so like all the food in the bottom of it had like brackish, non-potable water all up in it. And it was really sad because there was a lot of stuff in there. It was full. The whole freezer was full. So partly what I'm doing today is like, okay, I didn't get a new one. But that one still works. And partly what I'm doing today is like, okay, we're gonna use some of this for the risotto, but I'm also gonna like, yeah, there's definitely kids out there. I'm hearing voices.
I
Nope.
don't know if they've set up the new.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Why don't you? I mean, you can go look. You can go check. They were knocking on the door. Megan, you're out of broth. That's sad. Out of broth is a sad scenario. Want to try some?
Mhm.
Yeah. Just drink it out of the corner.
Okay.
It's not super hot. I mean, it's warm, but it's not like gonna burn your mouth. It's a hot soup. Not that kind of hot soup. You like? Good, right? I think this is probably the best broth that I've made. Like, would you just drink like a mug of that?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Let's have this for dinner.
Well, I'm making the risotto with it.
Just broth.
Well, not just broth, but I am gonna make dinner with it. Chicken broth is very good for you. Yeah, this is it's two whole. There's no recipe for this, so like, part of the problem with making this like freezer broth is that there's no consistency. There's not as much consistency between batches as if you were using a recipe, which is like, okay, which is like frustrating.
But yeah.
Because sometimes it's like really good like this, and sometimes it's like fine, and other times it's like, oh, that's like weirdly bitter, and I don't always know why. But it is good to have on hand, and like this, each of these containers is one box of broth. So each, like the boxed broth that you can buy, which I do buy when I'm doing recipe development because I like to, because the consistency of it is important, because that's the thing that people would buy at the store. Anyway, I always buy box broth for that, but for home use, for my own like things that I'm making, this is great. I mean, basically this is like four boxes of broth that, you know, didn't take me all that long, and this represents, I don't know, $10-15 worth of like grocery store savings right here, because I made it from stuff that I'd already purchased. I didn't buy anything new to make this broth. So Fluff, I hope that you're you're successful in your outdoor journeys. It sounds quite harrowing to be out in the world. That sounds like some aggressive weather. I'm just going to go ahead and drink this one, because I'm really enjoying it. It's really good. About to turn the apps off. You know, it is cool that you can just like turn it off and be like, all right, I'm done. That it's not a thing that you're like clocking in for. Well, a lot of people treat it like that. Fuck, that's, my God. Sorry, I keep like saying this, but this is really delicious. Like genuinely amazing. Excuse me. Okay. Stock is finished. We have strained it, we have packaged it, and we're cooling it. So the stock is done. Done. Gotta write down what was in it. Well, I think the difference, the difference, and I was noting this, and I remember saying this when I was like putting the stuff in the pot, but this was a very standard, like a standard ingredient stock. There was it was mushrooms, carrots, onions, herbs, and chicken. And there was nothing else in there that was, there's nothing else in there that, like no other flavors, like no other vegetables. Like I've made stock with pea shoots in it before, or like hulls, pea hulls in it before. I've made stock with, I think cabbage. Did I put cabbage in there one time? I've usually there's different other vegetables that are like part of the consideration that weren't part of this one. So I think if I'm sort of like considering why this one turned out really well, like that to me is the reason that it just had a very standard lineup of ingredients, which is great. I think because I mean that like knowing that sort of makes it a little easier to consider again. But I do know that like Will I make a stock that's good again? For sure. Will it be the exact same thing? Like, never. It never is. All right, we're gonna put these in the refrigerator with the tops cracked so that they can cool down. Eventually, they're gonna make their way to the freezer. I'm gonna leave one of them out so that I've got one for dinner. Now, it also says 3 cups of water for this, but I'm not gonna do that. I have a small container of different stock. This is also just a homemade stock. So I have 4 cups, 6 cups. I need a total of 7 cups. So I'd rather just use more stock than doing a balance of stock and water. Because this is it's gonna be more flavor if I use stock. That's all. It'll be a little bit better, I think. I hope. Timer just went off for the cake, so let's put eyes on the cake. It says 40 to 45 minutes. I think it's probably gonna need a little longer. I would say yes, slightly longer. There's no cracks on the top. 40 to 45 minutes or until a toothpick comes out clean. Well, I don't have a toothpick, so we're just gonna let this roll for another 5 minutes. During that time, I am going to put this farro in the freezer because it's cooled down enough that it's ready to be frozen. I'm going to put this in just a 2-layer situation because I only have one spot in the freezer where this is going to fit. So we're just going to put a piece of parchment on top here, and we'll put both of these trays just like that. So what we're going to do with the farro is I'm going to freeze it, and then when it's like starting to be pretty frozen, I'm going to take it and mix it up again, because the goal is that you're able to have a bag of farro that is frozen but also is still not in a chunk, is in like, you know, specifically frozen grains. So I found that instead of trying to break it up once it's completely frozen, like cooling it for an hour and then breaking it up a little bit helps kind of keep things from sticking to each other and really makes it easier. Now, obviously you could just stick it in the freezer and forget about it for overnight, and it would certainly be fine. You could still very simply just break it up. Okay, we're gonna get this cake out of the oven. Now, while the cake is out here on the counter, once we get the cake out, we're gonna take a break. Going to triage the dishes in the sink because because there's a lot of dishes in the sink. There's a lot of dishes in the sink. There's a lot. When I say there's a lot of dishes in the sink, like I mean it. Like I really mean it. And there are. So we're gonna load up the dishwasher. I don't know that I'm gonna do the dishes right now necessarily, but we're gonna load up the dishwasher and get everything kind of going. Before we do that, let's see, for the risotto, it says when ready to start, get the broth going. 4 cups of broth and 3 cups of water in a saucepan, bring to a boil, then add the carrots. Okay, so in a saucepan, I'm going to do that. Now, what was in this pot? So I'm gonna wash, before we take a quick break, I'm gonna wash this pot so that I can just put the stock, the broth, like right in here. Because this is basically, one of them is frozen, the other one is obviously still warm and like ready to use, but I want to kind of get them all mixed up and have them be mixed together and have the one that's still got some ice chunks in it be completely melted and ready to go. So we're going to put this in a pot. We're going to add a little bit of water to it, not a ton, on the stove, so that, because this is basically ready to cook. If you've made risotto before, we're just getting our liquid together. And what you do when you cook risotto is you have it in a pot. it cooks, like the liquid cooks out, and then you add like another little bit of liquid. You just keep stirring and stirring and stirring and stirring. So this is our liquid that we're going to be putting into the risotto eventually. So let's put that on the back burner. We'll put that on low heat. I'm going to take my stock and pour 4 cups. Actually, let's put the one with the ice in it. Put the one with the ice in it first. Is our stove camera still working? It is. Beautiful. So we have our, well, beautiful I say, is it? Doesn't look all that beautiful, but all right. So this is our stock that I'd had in the freezer. There's some ice chunks in there. I'm gonna add a cup, basically just 1 cup of water to this. And then we'll add the rest of this stock. This is the stuff that I made today. And now that is on low, very low, and is just gonna get warm. Definitely not gonna boil. Okay, we have our timer going off for our cake. Let's get the cake out of the oven. This is our citrus ricotta cake. It's looking good. Y'all take a look at this. This is a good looking cake. It hardened up nicely. I was a little, very honestly, I was a little worried about how this was going to come out because it was super liquidy, but it came out quite nice. Let's see if there's any additional directions on here. Allow to set in the pan for 5 minutes, transfer to a cooling rack for 20. Okay, so 5 minutes worth of time, and then serve with powdered sugar and fruit. So I'm just going to put the powdered sugar on top of this now, so that you're good, so that it sinks in just a little bit. Let me find, where's that powdered sugar container? There it is. I have like a shaky canister of this. Our superhero is home.
Today. He better be nice to me.
He better be nice to you. I agree.
Missed calls from me on here.
Yeah. When I say our superhero, I mean Gwen, who today has managed to continue feeding Clifford every 3 to 4 hours, has gone to her office, has gone to the car dealership, has gone to Calvin's school to get his phone, which he left behind. What am I missing? There was where did you go first thing this morning?
Oh, to the vet.
Oh, and to the vet. She took Clifford to the vet.
Clifford to get an enema.
Yeah, Clifford had a little enema today. So Gwen is like household superhero today. Very busy day. Also, she like did a job, like her actual job in between all of those things, which is like, you know. So yeah, so good job, Gwen. Okay, powdered sugar can go away because I just used that. It didn't say to put powdered sugar on it right away. It said to serve it with powdered sugar, but like, I don't care. Okay, oven can go off because we don't need that on anymore. Our cake process is finished. Okay, cake process is done. I'm noting that it has started to sink, which is expected. I would, you know, sometimes with cake, I'm a little concerned when it starts to sink, but this is a very dense cake. I saw the photos of this and it was like, the cross-section photos, it was like sunken in the middle. So that's a good thing that it looks like that for me. When ready to start, get the broth going. Okay, bring to a boil, add the carrots. Oh, it says bring this to a boil. Okay, so let's actually turn that up. Reduce the heat and let it simmer until the carrots are tender. Once the carrots are tender, use a slotted spoon. Keep the broth at a simmer. Okay, cool. So we're gonna cook the carrots. Carrots are first. Let's make sure that I have everything that I need out now, because some of these things did not require any prep work. Some of them were just some of them were just like olive oil, salt. So I do need to have my salt available. Pepper too. We want pepper. We always want pepper. even when it doesn't say to add pepper, I always add a little bit of pepper to things. Because I can't abide when it doesn't include a little bit of like seasonings like that. While I'm here, I'm going to refill my olive oil container. I don't think I'm certainly not using as much as is in here, but it's worth just doing this while I'm thinking about it. Better to do it before I need to, right? Like filling the salt or the pepper. Okay, so this is good to go. We have salt and that. This is about to boil back here, so good. What is this? What is this timer for? Oh, this timer is for the Jell-O. I was like, what? Why is this? I was like, 26 minutes left on what? On what's cooking? And I'm like, oh, it's the 4-hour timer for the Jell-O in the fridge. Okay. Heat the Dutch oven. Add the shallots and oil. Toast the farro. Add the broth. Let the risotto cook. Okay, so you're just brothing for 40 minutes. Pinch of salt. Drain the sunflower seeds. Place in a blender along with the carrots. So, I think here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cook the carrots.
I'm trying to heat that up.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't want you to turn it off.
Okay. I'm about to fill the dishwasher, by the way. Like all of this is. Yeah, but like that's where I'm at, is like filling the dishwasher. So
Wing tonight.
yeah, we're watching Survivor. He's not going to karate, he said.
I know.
Okay. Okay. Good. We're all on this. Everybody's on the same page now.
I'm personally happy.
This is good. Okay, the cake is has rested for 5 minutes. Let's take this out of the container and just let it sit like that now, which is good because that means I can wash the container. Okay, we're almost ready to cook these carrots. You know what? I'm just going to put the carrots in there. I'm going to put them in now. It's not boiling yet, but like, I think it's fine. What I'd like to do...
Turn shit off, man.
Huh?
You turned my shit off.
You said you were waiting for it to get hot. It's hot, so I was turning it off. Okay, let's set a timer for 10 minutes. That way I remember the carrots are in there. Because I will forget. I think what we're gonna do, it says to do the carrots and the sunflower seeds and adding them to a blender. So I think what we're gonna do is, once the carrots are cooked, I'm going to puree those in like the bullet blender. Because the sunflower seeds are cold. The carrots will cool down pretty quickly if I just let them sit in that blender for like 5 minutes with the water that you're supposed to put in them on there. You're supposed to add 3/4 cups of water with the carrots. So we're gonna do that. And then I'll let them sit for a few minutes, then we'll blend them. Okay, everything else is, so the lemon, the zest, the sesame seeds, the dill, place in the bowl. So the nuts go in. So I'm sort of like putting my ingredients where they go in relation to what the recipe calls for. So the lemon juice goes with the carrots. Yeah. So the lemon juice goes with the carrots as well as the sunflower seeds. Great. And the shallot and the farro go in the Dutch oven. Okay, so we have our sort of areas of ingredient here.
So like everything that's in one area should be grabbable. That's the goal. All right. We're good. Let me know when I can get in this dishwasher because I want to take a break when I can.
Okay. 1 minute.
Okay. Gwen's,
Do you know where the
what's up?
green thing is?
The funnel?
Oh, no, I'm right. It's in here.
It's probably here. Use this one. It's the same.
Is it bigger?
No, they're two of the same things.
You want to hold him?
Do I want to hold him? Sure, I want to hold him. Is he needing
I'll
to
keep
be?
him.
Okay. Would you all like to see a tiny kitten? Let's move our Pharaoh out of the way. We have a very tiny kitten. If you're into cats, now might be the time to look at the screen because we have a very small boy here who's about to be fed. This is a foster. This is Clifford. Clifford has had quite a day, and he will have quite a day tomorrow too. He's getting vaccinated. He's getting, why do they say it like that? He's getting vaccinated tomorrow. He has some shots happening. He's getting vaccinated tomorrow. But look at these little, look at like the colors, not colors. Look at the patterns on here. He's very white. Yes, babe. Okay, I know. You're climbing for dear life. Yes. Yes, you are. But this is a 3-ish week old foster cat.
Yeah, he's almost full.
Almost 4 weeks, Gwen says. And he is, he's making little cute cooing noises. And is ready to eat. He's very ready to eat, I think. Yeah. Baby had an enema today. Baby had an enema. Yeah. You got who in life can say that they've had an enema before they've had a vaccine? Genuinely. Look
Can
at
I just use this for a
look at
sec?
this. Yeah, I'm finished with the scale today. Yes, this is Clifford. He's very small. And I'm holding him while Gwen gets all of her feeding stuff together. All right. Here he is. He's been through a lot. He has been through a lot today. Yes. Okay. I was keeping from holding him over the things. Okay. We're gonna take a quick words on stream break. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, I'm sorry that you're gonna get an ad. But you are, and if you're not a subscriber, it's okay. The ad break will be 3 minutes. Words on stream will be a little bit longer than that, probably. Good luck with the words. A couple notes if you're hanging out and you're like hearing about ads and you're like, hell with this, I'm leaving. Hey, before you leave, hit the follow button. If you're new, follows are silent. There's no alerts or sounds. There's no chat messages. Nothing happens when you hit the follow button. You just follow the stream. So if you're lurking and you're like, let's see what else is going on, hit the follow button before you leave. Thank you. If you are hanging out for Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way, because while I do look at chat during Words, I don't usually like scroll back up and follow and interact with whatever happens. So if you're the type of person who's looking to get your first time chat out of the way, good time for it. I also want to note that chat messages are a way to get entries for Cookie Club. So if you want to participate in Words on Stream, it does count towards your Cookie Club chat messages. So please feel free to play. And if you are on YouTube, enjoy just hanging out for a few minutes while we run an ad on Twitch. Now, if you're on Twitch, you are going to hear an ad. If you're not a subscriber, please hit the subscribe button if you're not. And if you are on YouTube, you're not going to get an ad. So balance, right? All right. Well, we're gonna start that and play a game of Words on Stream. Here comes the game of Words on Stream. Maybe not. Let's hit refresh. Enhance. Let's see if it'll go. Maybe. Maybe. Let's try again. Words has been very touchy. Yeah, on Tuesday it wasn't very friendly, and today it seems that it's not. It's
Elsie.
also being annoying.
Baby.
It loaded the very first time when we did it for the first game.
Oh, she came.
But I'm reloading here. We're trying. And the clips don't work either. So I can't even put clips up instead. Okay. Oh dear, indeed. Yeah, we're just on a loading screen. No idea why. Let me go back to the login screen and we'll reload from there. Command Shift reload. Login. Maybe, maybe not. Software misbehavior, indeed. Internal server error. That's always what you want to see. Perfect. Let's actually just close that tab and we'll open it again. Oh. Oh, now the website won't even load. It literally is like, it just says internal server error. Cool. That means it's probably quite overloaded. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's see. Let's try. Let's try this. Hold on. This is not. I think this is what I want. Hold on. We're trying. We're trying something here. But I think this is the same. Is Gardic the same as words on stream? I think it is. I mean, I think it's like the same server. Oh, there. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Have y'all ever played Gartic before? This is a different game. Let's see. Where you try to guess the drawing. Use the chat to send your guesses. Twinderella has been asking for this one for a long time. And I've had it sort of ready to go. Let's see if it... Hold on. I don't know if I can... I don't actually know how to set this up. I don't know if it was coming through in here or not. I don't think so. Well, shit. I still want to load the dishwasher. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put words on stream, not up, but I'm going to put the... but I'm gonna let it stay up on my computer and on its loading screen. And if it loads, then we'll switch to it. But web server is down. Okay, great. Well, that's Cloudflare. I'm getting a Cloudflare error. Oh well. Hold on. Okay. What the fuck? Properties. Okay, that's That's weird because it's working on here, but not on the stream. Am I even on the right screen? Sorry, this is just like,
You have something boiling. Is that fine?
yeah, I know. It's fine. Okay. I don't know why Words on Stream is, I can see it. I can apparently play it, but it doesn't want to show it on the stream. That's weird. Let's see if I can refresh this source. And if not, we're just going to take a break anyway, and I'm just going to put my camera over the sink, and we're going to run an ad, and that'll be fine. Yeah, I can't. It's just not working. Okay. Well, instead of staring at a black screen. Ah, wrong one. Okay. Instead of just staring at a black screen, I'm going to come over here. We're going to do some dishes here for about 3 minutes. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad, and we're... Oh, it's very zoomed in. I was like, why does that look weird like that? Okay. Because it's quite zoomed in. There we go. Got it. Okay. Well, words is not working. We're going to get, you know what? Before I do this, we're going to give this one more shot. Okay. You piece of shit. What and why? Okay. Oh, hey, there it goes. It's working. It's working. Hey, Words on Stream is working. That's the same screen that I see. Okay. It's working. We did it. We did it. All right. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're like, this guy sucks, hit the follow button anyway. Get your first time chat out of the way during Words on Stream. And here's a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Oh my God. What a fucking fiasco.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Words on Stream has been really, like, flaky the past two, this stream and the last stream. I say this stream as if I had run it. Oh, no, I did run it earlier. I ran it. Yeah, I did run it earlier. What am I talking about? Yeah, I ran it when Calvin came in. That's right. Okay, but we're putting our... Did that ad start? It did. Okay. I'm like, if I forgot to run the ad, that would be annoying. For me, and specifically only me. This sink is just a disaster, an absolute disaster. Okay. Did my timer go off? Are these carrots cooked? What are we even doing? Elsie, get off the counter. She's fucking licking the cake. Son of a bitch. And now the cat is on the counter. Gwen left the room and the cat is on the counter licking, about to be licking the cake that I'm leaving over here to cool. She is a monster sometimes. The cat. She's just so relentlessly pushy to get
things that she wants, that it's like, you gotta keep an eye on her all the time. All the time. Like literally Gwen walked upstairs, and the moment that Gwen walked upstairs, she walked over and started like trying to get on the counter to get into whatever she could. She's relentless. But like, no judgment. She's a cat. She's just doing what she does, you know? It's just how it goes. All right. We're doing all right here. I want to empty the sink. So once not empty, I'm not even going to do the dishes here. I just want to get to the point where they're all somewhere. They're all either in the dishwasher or in the dish pan.
It's over!
So that's what we want. Welcome back, y'all. If you're in and out, thank you. I appreciate your patience as we got the words on stream going, and then you know that we had an ad break, which kind of sucks, but it happens. But good job with the board. Again, for folks that are new to stream, perhaps you're hanging out for the first time, Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. Because I don't really look at I don't scroll back up after we finish with Words on Stream. It just is like, is there. If people subscribe or whatever during that time, then I'll acknowledge it. But otherwise, it's just a lot to take in. So I don't. So it's a good time to get your first time chat. If you're new, even if you type anything, you don't actually have to participate in the game. Anyway, we are loading up the dishwasher. That's the vibe at the moment. It's a weird vibe, but it's a satisfying one. We're loading the dishwasher. And then I'm going to make dinner. We're almost finished the sink here. But I don't love having a sink full of dishes when I'm finished with the making of the dinner. So I do prefer to be able to get through some stuff like this before we get there. All right. We're almost there. We can see the bottom of the sink now. That's great. Like when that happens. That's the point where you're like, we're almost there. We're almost there. And if the dish pan's not so full. All right. The other thing that I just had the thought of, like, oh, I didn't like what if I overcook those carrots? I don't think it actually matters because they're kind of just getting put in a blender anyway, honestly. All right, I think that that's good. I don't need to do these dishes right now. I have plenty in the dish pan. I just wanted to make sure that I could see the bottom of the sink before the end of stream. That was the goal. Do y'all want to play one more? Is one more the vibe, or are we? I see there's a lot of folks who are taking part. Why don't we go one more and then we will well and truly. I'm going to scrub while we're doing this. I'm going to scrub these two pots. And we'll put those in the oven where it's still warm, and they will dry. And then these are the dishes. The rest of the dishes will fit on the dish pan or dish rack. Dish rack, yeah. So these are like the big ones that are annoying to have to put on the dish rack. But we're going to do our favorite trick and put them in the oven while it's still warm, and they'll dry nicely in there. And then we'll forget about them later and turn the oven on for something else. And they'll heat up again. And then I'll go to get them out, and they'll be hot, and that'll be annoying. But whatever. All right. But we're going to come back and start our dinner. Or we already started dinner. We're going to come back and like make dinner. That's the next step. Well and truly here. Let's get these rinsed out. Beautiful. We did it. That one extra board was all we really needed. Fantastic. Why did I even wash this rack? I just put a cake thing on it. I put the bottom of a cake pan on it. This didn't need to be washed at all. Okay. That's fine. Now it's definitely clean. All right. Well, good job, y'all, on those. Thanks for accommodating and dealing with my frustration around the thing not working. We love when the technology just goes down. It's always so fun when that happens. All right, we're at the point where we're gonna make dinner now. I'm gonna check these carrots because these may well be finished. They were boiling in here, and the pot was definitely boiling. So let's check these, and if these are soft, which they may be, I just need these to be soft enough to blend up. That's all. Tender. I don't know if they're pretty good. I think I'm getting the carrot skin. That's what I'm kind of getting here. So I think those are good. We're gonna strain these out. Yeah, we're gonna strain these out and put them in directly into a blender cup. Now, for those of y'all who've been here before, you're like, Lou, no, don't blend anything hot. It's okay. We're gonna blend this in just a little bit. So we're putting them in the cup now, but we're gonna blend them later. They don't go into the dish for until the risotto is finished, which takes like 40 minutes. So like, just FYI, I know that we've had concerns about this in the past. All right. Daisy's making awful noises. You got her? Okay. Okay. Let's make sure we get all the carrots out of here. So this is going to end up being a cream. Basically, we have carrots and then sunflower seeds that we're going to blend. The blending along the sunflower seeds, the lemon, some zest, carrots, and then just a little bit of water. I'm going to use stock again. It keeps, like, the recipe calls for a lot of water, but I don't love using that. I prefer to just use complete, like, all stock in the thing, because there's no, I don't know, like, why bother? Why bother? Actually, I know why. I have a hunch as to why they call for 4 cups of stock and 3 cups of water, because stock, when you get it in a box from the grocery store, comes in quarts, which is 4 cups. So I'm making an assumption that when they were writing this recipe, they were like, okay, we're going to use like a grocery store version or a grocery store volume of stock, and then the rest of it, the other 3 cups, we're going to use water. That's my guess. That's what I would assume if I was like trying to interpret a reason that wasn't flavor based. Because otherwise, why wouldn't you just use stock, right? I'm going to also hydrate with a non-alcoholic beer. Which isn't really hydrating, but it is what I'm in the mood for at the moment. Oh my God, the children are outside screaming in a good way. It sounds like they're having fun. Or maybe they're angry at each other. I can't really tell. I think it sounds like they're having fun. Okay, so when the carrots are done, drain the sunflower seeds, place in the blender along with the carrots, water, lemon juice, zest, and salt. So into the blender, I'm going to put my lemon juice. I'm going to wait to put the sunflower seeds in because the longer they soak, the softer they get. And since I don't need to blend this right now, we're just going to go ahead and not do that. But I'm going to set all of that over there. And then the zest, we put in this little container in the refrigerator, freezer, where the lemon zest goes. So I don't know, it says like the zest of a lemon, but I'm just kind of like, not eyeballing it necessarily. I'm just going to like put a pinch or 2 of lemon zest in there. Yeah. Okay. So we have the broth going. Heat a Dutch oven over medium to low heat. All right, so let's get our Dutch oven out. This is the Drew Dutch oven on permanent loan, like a museum, from my friend Drew. Command Drew in chat. This is a cast iron enamel Dutch oven, and I use it for all sorts of stuff, and I love it. All right, so let's get the camera here. All right, heated Dutch oven. Right, turn the heat on, Lou. That's what you got to do. There you go. Heat is on medium high, medium low. All right, whatever. Peel and mince the shallot. Got it. Add the oil and the minced shallot, then add the farro. Then we start the simmering process. So this, from the risotto perspective, is where we start the like, you got to stir and stir and stir. So we're gonna start with that. All right, looking good. Just put a little oil in there. Broccoli says, I don't use a recipe for anything other than basic proportions on baked goods. Yeah, I like to cook without a recipe. I think that it's often, for me, it's less stressful. Tatsu, hello. Tatsu, I think I saw your name in chat earlier during Words on Stream. I know that you were hanging out for a while, but this is the first time I'm seeing it in non-words. So welcome. Good to see you. I hope your day has been lovely. I was saying, I think that I have generally I've generally felt more at ease cooking without a recipe, but definitely for things like baking, and certainly for things like this where I'm not as familiar with it and I want to replicate sort of the thing that I had before, I will follow it like pretty closely. For things like amounts of salt, I don't really care. You know, some of these ingredients are like not quite the exact measurement, but that's fine. Left on lurk while I went to therapy. Great. Better than just letting it play while you're there and hearing them and having them be like, oh shit, what's this guy's problem? Anyway, the shallots are going. So we're just going to cook these for a moment or two, not too long. You can see all the kids out front playing. My neighbor, the kids who hang out, there's a couple kids from like different blocks that hang out on my block, and our neighbors across the way have had for a long time a basketball hoop, and it just broke recently. And I'm watching right now my neighbor is out there. My neighbor is out there assembling a basketball hoop as the kids are like watching him bouncing basketballs. They're like literally just waiting for him to put this thing together. Cooking until the shallots are tender. Okay, then add the cracked farro. Great. So these are relatively tender. Yeah, broccoli, and that feels really familiar. That way of cooking, of like just like, yeah, it's cooking by sight, sound, and smell, as opposed to cooking by the clock or whatever, is great. When I'm doing testing, like recipe testing, they always tell you to take note of the timing, but cook to the directions. Cook to the sensory directions as opposed to the timing directions, and that is helpful, because I'm always like, especially for things that go in the oven, like I feel like my oven is doesn't quite hit the same temperature. Yeah, 9, no pressure, right? I'm looking out there. It's actually not my neighbor putting it together. It's like some other dude. Which is normal. Anyway, so we're just toasting this farro a little bit. I'm turning this to like medium high. Fantasino creep. I mean, listen, I live in Philadelphia. I'm not really like doxing myself to say that I live in a row home, because that's like 90% of the housing in Philadelphia is row homes, and like 90% of the houses in Philadelphia look directly onto someone else's house. So I always see my neighbor. I see them coming and going. I know when they come home and when they leave. It's kind of weird, honestly. I'm the creep. Well, that's okay too. Listen, we have been having this like conversation about the etiquette of using the term lurker recently, and I personally feel like the term lurker is fine, and I understand why like Twitch generally tries to shy away from it, or at least is making an effort to do that. But yeah, instead of calling people lurkers, let's just call them creeps. That would be weird. Yeah, Tatsu, the feeling of it. I mean, it's like, with dough, like when I'm making pizza dough or making pasta by hand, like you can just feel when it's ready. Oh, the streamer's name is Creep. The plot thickens. The plot thickens, Pat. I was unaware. This broccoli, this Dutch oven is this, I don't know when this Dutch oven is from. It's not like older than me. It's not an heirloom piece by any stretch. I got it from my friend like almost maybe a year and a half ago. I borrowed it from him because I was working on a recipe and I needed a round enamel Dutch oven, and I didn't have one, and I just haven't given it back. And he knows I have it, but I use it often, and he also knows that I use it often, and he only lives like 2 blocks away. So he's like, listen, if I ever need it, I'll know where it is. Because when I borrowed it, he was like, no rush giving this back. Like, I don't ever use this. And I was like, don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, let the risotto cook until all, toast the farro, add in a cup of the simmering broth. Let the risotto cook until the broth has been absorbed. Add another half a cup and let it absorb again. Repeat, repeat, repeat. For about 40 minutes, it says. Which in my general experience cooking farro, 40 minutes is not how long this takes, but it might take more time because of like the simmering and just the process in general. Now all of the kids are there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children out front. They are watching this guy build a basketball. They're literally just watching him build a basketball hoop. He's just doing the thing, and they are like, "Is it ready? Is it ready?" It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna turn this. I'm gonna turn the pan with the broth in it up a little bit, and then we're gonna start here. So I started my timer. And this is on medium low. Language is malleable. It evolves and changes. Meanings change depending on the sentence or on the situation. Exactly. No, I agree with you. I think that with regard to the term lurker, I get why Twitch is kind of like, oh, let's try to do something different. Let's not use that word. I get it, but like, it's part of like the community of Twitch. Like it's a term that people who've been on the platform for far longer than I have and far less time than I have, like, understand. Okay, well, this is looking and smelling good. And if I need more stock for this, I know that I have it, which is great. It's easily available. Yeah, this little steam, right? Hey, chat, you want your pores opened up? Put your face to the screen. Isn't it sweet? It is a little sweeter. Yeah, I would say so. It's got it does have a little bit of sweetness to it, but there's not all that many carrots. Like there are, but it's not as many as I knew that it was not that much, but like the first time I made it, I was a little surprised that it didn't have more. And when I read it again for this time, I was like, I thought there would be more somehow. But you make a cream out of the carrots. So the carrots don't actually have like a physical presence within the dish. Like they are, but they're not really cooked either. They're not roasted. Yeah, the broth is so good. This is the best broth that I've ever made. I will say that with confidence. Yeah, so this is the farro is going to expand quite a bit because it does. Because farro is one of those things that like it gets to be a lot. So I'm always kind of shocked at how how much more in volume like the final product of any farro dish is. Am I supposed to be covering this in any capacity? I don't think so. Stirring frequently until the farro is just about tender. You might not use all the broth. It's a good time to add a pinch of salt. It is a good time to add a pinch of salt. Let's do that. And pepper. Again, pepper, please. There we go. Pinch of salt. So we're going to stir that in. Now this is pretty steamy. Again, there's no liquid on the bottom. I'm just gonna keep adding broth like a half a cup at a time. And keep this going. This has only been on here for about 5 minutes at this point. So we're gonna here's what we're gonna do. I should be, let me check the temp on these carrots real quick here. Yeah, these are just about ready to be blended. Just about ready to be blended. We have our carrots in. I put these in my blender bottle just right out of the pot, and I poured the lime juice over them. So this is this smells great. As long as nothing sticks to the bottom, this is we're good here. Oh, my broth is starting to boil. We don't want that. We just want the broth to be at a warm temp so that when I put it in the pot here, it doesn't cool things off. It just keeps the heat going. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add a little more liquid to this. And then I'm going to come back over to, yeah, I'm going to add that. So that'll take a little time to cook off. I'm trying to basically buy myself like 5 minutes of steam time here, of like simmer time before the liquid goes away. And then we're gonna come over here and do, we're gonna start like continuing the prep of the rest of the stuff. So when the carrots are done, drain the sunflower seeds and place them in a blender. So let's go ahead. These have been in here for an hour at this point. I'm gonna drain these over the sink. So bear with me as I do that. Okay, drained. So these are going to go in with the carrots. Place the sunflower seeds in a blender along with the carrots. So we just rehydrated these seeds, or like overly hydrated these seeds. They're very soft at this point. Like I can squeeze them and they sort of come apart. So we're making essentially like a carrot sunflower paste. Actually, not really a paste. I mean, it's a liquid. So we're adding the sunflower seeds, the carrots, the lemon, the zest, and then it says to add some salt. So let's put some salt in here. How much salt? Topping cream, 1/4 teaspoon salt. All right, well, that's probably about right. I'm sure that it's not actually right. I'm sure that it's a little more than 1/4 teaspoon, but that's okay. And then 3/4 cup of water. All right, so let's do cold. This is one where I'm going to use. I am going to use water. I'm going to use cold water. So we have about a half cup. And then let's fill that about halfway again. I'm using cold water so that the carrots cool down just a little bit more. Because again, they were hot out of the pot. You good? Are you finished outside?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Are they staying out there or are you Okay. Looks like that basketball hoop is coming along. I don't think they're going to finish it in the next hour. And my guess is that it's going to take a little longer. I'm just I'm watching the progress happen. Okay. So this is still going. I am assuming here that I'm going to need a little bit more broth than what's in that pot. It said you might not use all of it, but I think that we're going to use all of it and some. Okay. Puree until smooth. Adding more water is needed to blend smooth. The puree should be thick and creamy. Okay. So let's pop this in the blender because this is not hot at this point. There's no the carrots have cooled off. This is a cold. The liquid in here feels cold. So I think we're safe to blend. I don't think we're gonna have a hot soup situation. I hope not anyway. That's the goal. Okay, let's blend. Let's see how we do. I'm blending a little bit and I'm gonna see. Let's see what the is there any like air pressure in here? No, there was no pressure. Okay. Good. How's this? Okay. I'm gonna add just a little water to that. We are gonna blend this now. This is ready to go. I was like just testing it a little bit to make sure that I wasn't getting pressure buildup in there. I was not. When I took the lid off, it was fine. So let's blend. Lid's on tight. Blending until smooth. Okay, that's pretty smooth, I think. Looks pretty smooth. Let's take this out and see how we did. We might need to add a little bit more liquid to this. It's supposed to be thick and creamy, which I would say this, hold on. I would say this is thick and creamy. Looks pretty good. Fellas, not a graffiti writer. I can understand that. I've never graffitied before. If it's tasting a bit bland, taste and adjust salt. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, graffiti's where I draw the line. You mean like literally? Yeah, no, I didn't. I just that joke. That was a top shelf joke, and I am 5'4" and could not reach it. I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna add some more salt to this. We're gonna add some salt. We're gonna add a little bit of pepper. I added just a touch of. Whoa, that was a lot of pepper. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. I say Friday, Junior, because that's what Thursday is. Well, now it's really funny. Well, I'm glad that it's amusing. I was like, I don't get it. What do you mean? Why are we talking about graffiti? Okay, adding a little liquid. We're stirring. Basically, I just don't want this to. I don't want things to stick to the bottom of this pot. I don't need to babysit it the whole time because it's farro, and it'll just kind of get a little mushy, and that's okay. But I don't want things to stick, so we're keeping an eye. So this has been on here for 15 minutes now. About 20 or so, 20 plus minutes left on that farro over there. I am going to need to add some more broth to that because it's still coming along. The farro is not completely like ready. It's not ready for its debut yet. Or it's not ready. I'm noting the size of the farro versus the amount of broth left. And then also like triangulating that with the time and the doneness and all of that. So we're gonna go ahead and pour another 4 cups of broth into that pot and turn the heat up a little bit so that it starts getting warm again because it was in the refrigerator. Because I'm also gonna need a little. Yeah, I'm going to need a little bit of broth, and whatever, if there's anything left over in that pan, I will just put it back in the fridge. So that'll be okay. But this is coming along. I'm stirring and simmering. Stirring and simmering. That is the goal. Did I blend this again? No, I didn't. All right, that seems pretty good. Pat says, I'll try this with rice cereal. Yeah, I mean, you could certainly make this subbing in any like normal, any traditional like arborio rice or, you know, any type of like other normal risotto process, and this would still work. That's really good. That sauce is great. The lemon in there is particularly delicious. I love overall I love the lemon in this dish because it's just so it just adds like a very delicious sort of sour element to it that cuts the richness of the richness of the overall sweetness of the carrots and the other sort of the earthiness of the farro. So the lemon is great. Lemon is great. Luke Skywalker on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a tier 1 YouTube member. I appreciate that. Can I you're one of the first. I think you might be the second YouTube member. That's awesome. Did you know that being a member on YouTube is a Cookie Club entry? Well, now you do. You don't have to be a member on both, and it's cool when you are, and that's awesome. Thank you. I've never seen that in chat before. That's super fun. We have YouTube. I'm a YouTube partner. I should say this. So it is, that means that you can subscribe on YouTube. And if you do, you get member benefits very similar to what you get on Twitch. And you also get to you get Cookie Club entries, which is amazing. So that is just everything that works. So check-ins work on YouTube, although you can't check in on both and get like credit for both, but you know, I'd like to be able to tie Twitch and YouTube accounts together on the in the bot so that they work together like that, so that you could check in on one and it counts towards the other, but it just doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. At least, no, let me rephrase that. It might work like that. I just don't know how. So if the risotto is coming along, come over here, come over to the stove, y'all. We're going to take a look at this risotto. Here it is. It's coming along. I've got some liquid in here, so I need to let some of this cook off. We're 20 minutes into a 40-minute cook for this risotto. So it's very, it smells great to start. So yeah, Pat, farro takes a while to cook. Although I'll tell you that the cooking method that I use for just making farro like as quickly as possible definitely cooks it in less time than 40 minutes. But that wouldn't work for this. So, you know, we're not doing that because it wouldn't work here. Although I did cook farro with that method earlier today. Speaking of that, let me, while we're not taking a break, but like, give me like, while we're having a moment here between needing to do things and not needing to do things, I'm going to take that farro out of the freezer and give it a little bit of a stir around, because right now it's probably been in there for maybe an hour, and it's, I'm freezing it, but I don't want it to freeze into like a brick. So I just have it spread out as much as possible, but oh yeah, this is, okay, we're at the perfect time in the, or the perfect spot in the freezing process to do this. So this farro has been in here for maybe an hour or so. I've got it on some parchment paper. So what I'm doing is just gonna like lift it up a little bit, and you can see it started to form into like, you know, squares, like whole pieces. But what I want to do here is just mix it a little bit and break those pieces apart, and basically get it back to the same consistency it was when it went in. But now that it's frozen a little bit, it will be able to sort of stay. I'm gonna get my gloves on for this, because this is like sticky. It will stay separated now that it's sort of half frozen. Give this a stir again. So just keep stirring this risotto. Like basically between everything else, we stir. You don't need to stir constantly, but you do need to keep going, because otherwise it'll stick to the bottom and start burning. And we definitely don't want that. So Flip, do you have any idea what you're going to do with the farro that you bought? I love farro. I probably started cooking with it maybe like a little more than 10 years ago, maybe slightly more than that. Or started just like including it in the rotation of like pantry items that I just always have on hand. And it's pretty versatile. I feel like you can substitute it. Like, listen, can anyone else in this house hear me right now? Can you hear me? Say yes if you can hear me. Okay, the rest of the people in this house would vehemently disagree with the statement I'm about to make. But I think you can kind of substitute it a little bit for pasta. Would I deign to do that in general? Not really. Would I put like farro and meatballs? Maybe. Would I put farro with some cooked farro with like a marinara or like a pasta sauce? Sure. I don't see why not. I think that would be pretty good. Have done it. I don't recall if it was good or not, but but I've done it. So I think it's a pretty versatile thing. Like obviously you can use it in applications like I'm doing tonight, but you can also put it on salads. Like it's great for that. It's good for just a side, like grain bowls, that type of thing. Like a bunch of roasted vegetables with some toasted farro is you know, is a really good meal. I got this spatula out, but I'm just using my hands for this because no need. But yeah, this is cold. It's not completely frozen yet, but I'm breaking up these chunks that are starting to form because ultimately I'm going to put this in a bag, and I want this to be like what you'd get at the grocery store if you got like, you know, a bag of frozen corn, where like the kernels aren't stuck together. You know what I mean? Like they're loose, but they're all frozen. So that's what I'm looking for here. So I'm breaking things up as it's par frozen, and that is gonna help. So if you try to break everything up at the end and it's like really frozen together, it doesn't work as well. And then you just get chunks. So I like to do that if I can, and I think about it, which I'm obviously doing today. It makes it better when you can do it when you can do it several times while it's freezing. Okay. Stir the risotto. Come on over to the stove. Take a look here. Looking good. There's a little dry spot on the bottom, which is fine. We're going to put a little more liquid in here. Scrape that right up, and on we go. Beautiful. So I'm going to turn this up just a little bit because it's at a medium, a low medium as opposed to a medium low. It's at a 3. I want it to be at a 4, and a medium is like a 4.5 to me. So just turning it up a little tiny bit. So we have about 13 minutes left on the clock. 13 minutes on the clock doesn't mean that this is going to be completely finished, but what I'm shooting for is at, you know, in about 10 minutes or so, I want to stop adding. I don't want to add any more liquid after that point, because I don't want this to be soupy. I do want it to be a little drier than it is right now, but that's okay because this is all going to evaporate. All right, I'm turning my broth off. So the broth that's on the back burner is off now because it was starting to simmer back there, like with bubbles, like visible bubbles, and we don't need that. I had it on so that it would get hotter. And all right, I'm adding a little more liquid to that because I'm going to do some counter things here again. So I'm just kind of getting this to the point where it can simmer without worrying about sticking for just like 5 minutes. And we'll let that go. I did not use the spatula, so we can put that right back. All right, where are we on the process here? When the carrots are done, drain and puree. Great. Place the dill on a cutting board. Zest the lemon on top. Sprinkle on the sesame seeds. Chop the dill together with the zest, seeds, and salt until it forms a gremolata-like texture. Place the sesame mixture in a bowl and set aside the remaining. Place the hazelnuts on the cutting board and chop. Place in the bowl with the dill mix. Add the olive oil and stir to combine. Add in the pea shoots and toss until everything is well combined. Okay, so we have basically eventually all of this is going to go into a large bowl because I have pea shoots that go on this. This is my dill and my sesame. So I'm gonna cut this again, but like not as, now this is actually boiling, so I'm turning this down again, giving it a stir. I really do want to babysit any type of risotto. Anytime you're cooking a pasta or something in a dish like this, and I recently had to do this with the pasta stew recipe that I wrote, which is live actually now, Command Recipes. That was like, hey, we're gonna like let this simmer for a while, and it's a one pan dish. So place the dough on the cutting board, zest the lemon, and sprinkle with the sesame seeds. Okay, so we have sesame seeds, dill, and then lemon zest. Get some more lemon zest out of the freezer and toss that right on top. I'm going to mix all of this together. We're going to cut all of this together with a knife. So I'm just going to like do a little chop here. And then a little bit of salt. So that's the other mix here. So a little bit of salt. Chop until it forms a granola-like texture. Everything should be well blended with no big pieces of dill left. Okay, so that's good. We'll just chop all of this together. So let's see. This is basically the texture. The texture we're looking at here. Where am I? Here I am. So we're going to chop all of this together. And mix it together. We have lemon zest and dill and sesame seed, toasted sesame seeds in here. Okay. Place 3/4 of the sesame mixture in a bowl, and 1/4 of it we're going to set aside. So that's about a quarter. I'm going to put that back in the bowl that I had the dill in initially, because this is just for like sprinkling on top right now. This one here. So we're going to take that, and then the rest of it we're going to put into a big bowl. Then we chop the nuts. It calls for hazelnuts. I'm using pecans instead. Come on over to the stove. Let's make sure our risotto is doing well. Looks pretty good. So we got about 7 minutes left on this. So I'm going to add one more little splash of broth here. About one more like half cup. And that should be, could take us to the end here. When we hit the 40-minute mark on this, I'm going to, obviously we're going to test the farro and see how it went. But that's looking pretty good. But come on back over to the counter here, and we're going to chop our pecans now. These are toasted pecans. They've already been chopped. They're pecan pieces, but I'm just giving them another round here because all of this is a topping. So we have basically the risotto, which is in the pot. So we mix that together with the carrot puree, the carrot and sunflower puree. And then this here, these pecans plus this bowl get mixed together, and then there's like a generous heaping of that on top. And then you kind of, when you eat it, you kind of mix it all together, and it's pretty savory. Pretty delicious. Okay, but this is looking good. So our pecans are chopped. Place the nuts on the cutting board and chop into small pieces. Place in the bowl. Which bowl? This bowl. Along with the dill mix. Add the olive oil and stir to combine. So how much olive oil does this say? It says about a tablespoon of olive oil. So let's get our olive oil. I'm going to go ahead and mix this first, and then I'm not measuring in this point. I'm just kind of adding, it's about a tablespoon right there. So we're going to mix all of that. Okay, and now we need to get the pea shoots out. So let's come back here. The pea shoots are in the refrigerator. I haven't even touched those yet. I hope they're still good, honestly. I didn't look at them. I bought them at the farmer's market on Saturday. It's Thursday. They are pretty delicate, so there might be a few that are wilted, and that's okay if that's the case. So it's all good. We're coming into the final like 5 minutes here on this, so I'm gonna let this cook as it is right now. I'm not gonna add any additional liquid to that until after that 5 minutes is up, because I want to make sure that we are indeed good. This recipe calls for 3 cups of pea shoots, which is like, I don't really have a cup measure per se, but like filling this bowl is probably about right. So it doesn't say to do anything with these, but I am going to chop these, like give these a rough chop. We're not using all of them. So I'm going to give these a rough chop, and we're going to do maybe that many right there. It is a lot of pea shoots. Yeah, it's funny because it's one of those ingredients that I think would be odd to try to source if you didn't have like a good market nearby. However, it's one of those ingredients that I know that the farmer's market, our most regular farmer's market, has 100% of the time. They always have pea shoots. Like, it's just funny. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, I know exactly where I can get that. All right, so we got about 2 minutes left on this risotto. It's looking good. I'm just gonna continue. I gotta give this another stir because we're getting the little scrapey bits now. There's like a little bit of sticking on the bottom, but I don't want to add any more liquid to this right yet. I am probably gonna add a little bit more liquid to this ultimately, but I want what's here to cook out a little bit more just for the last couple minutes. So I probably wouldn't be able to find any here. It's weird. Like, I only know one place to get them, and that place is the farmer's market. That's like our literal, like, regular market. So it's kind of weird. But I'm cutting these, like, bottom pieces are very stringy, not stringy. They're like, these are not the good parts of the pea shoots. They're thicker. So we're gonna cut like an inch off the bottom of these. We're gonna trim them. We're going to trim them. That's the word I'm searching for. Now, the rest of the bottoms, those are fine. We'll add those in. So I'm gonna put them in this bowl here first, so that I can kind of like give them a little toss together. And I only cut these in half. Like, I trimmed the bottom, but right now this is all I'm doing is like, all I did was cut them in half. So I remember the last time I made this, we liked it. I think everybody liked it and thought that it was pretty good. But the one one of the comments about it was that the pea shoots were like long and kind of big. So I'm remembering that now and thinking like, okay, let's try to fix the thing that was wrong last time. Say wrong. It wasn't wrong. It was just it was a critique, not a complaint. Right? Critiques, not complaints. Here's the risotto. Again, we got about 20 seconds left on the 40-minute timer. So no sticking right now. Everything is smooth. We have a nice consistency. And I've got just a little liquid left in here. So you can see when I scrape through, timer just went off. Okay, so I'm gonna stop that and turn a count up timer on. When I scrape through here, you can see the it takes a little bit for it to come back in, right? That like you can see the bottom of the pan as I'm scraping. It's not like I'm not stirring, I'm actually scraping. So this is a good consistency right here. Let's give this a try. I'm not turning the heat off yet. I am getting just getting a little taste out of here so we can see what's needed here. I might need to add a little salt or seasonings or whatever. Maybe I need to cook it longer. Who knows? Who knows? Taste is very good. I'm going to add a little bit of liquid, and I'm going to cook that for about 5 minutes more. I'll cook that for about 5 minutes more. So I want the farro to be a little softer than it is currently. So I added just a bit. So basically this is gonna cook off. What's left in here is gonna cook off and then to the same point where it was last time. And then it'll be ready for the next step. Perfect. Okay. This is good. This is good. We're doing well. It's seasoned pretty well. I'm gonna add a little bit more pepper and just another pinch of salt. And then we'll be finished with the seasoning for everything, I think. I don't think I think that the bulk of the flavor is coming from the farro in here and the carrot puree. All right. Let's clean up this counter just a little bit. Oh, I need to finish mixing those pea shoots. Great. So, place in the bowl along with the dough, add the olive and stir to combine. Add in the pea shoots and toss until everything is well combined. Perfect. Okay, so this is my final topping here. I'm going to add a little more olive oil. I know it doesn't say to, but like, whatever, it's fine. Jamie, hopefully sending friends. Well, we have some nice food to look at if you're, here we go. Hey, hello. There you are. Grace, welcome in. Hello. Zach, nice to see you. Welcome in. Venomous Cow Shard, hello. Rimjob Shard, hello. Back to back sharding in chat. We've had a weird day. It's okay. Anyway. JB in studio. This doesn't taste like vinyl sauce, does it? I'm not familiar with vinyl sauce. I don't know that I want to be familiar with vinyl sauce. I don't know what that is. Is this something that you all were watching on stream today? Back-to-back shards. I know. Goddamn! Back-to-back shards means it's laundry day. Am I cooking seaweed with vinyl sauce? No. Or birdseed with a banana. Birdseed with a banana? With banana. No, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm cooking. I'll tell you what I'm cooking. It's not that. I don't know what vinyl sauce is, and that sounds a little scary to me. Have I ever made banana rice? No, but honestly, that seems okay. Grace, enjoy the rest of your evening. It's nice to see you. No pea shoots here either. No, there are pea shoots in this. There's pea shoots. So friends, one, it's nice to have you. Welcome in. You should know. I should tell you that I don't get jokes very well. Let's lead with that. I thought you were making seaweed salad. No, this is a topping. Friends who just joined us, welcome. Let me say hi. First off, if you were hanging out here, Zach is a friend of the stream, a delightful human being, generous with their time and energy, and I appreciate Zach's stream. I was lurking a little bit. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Anyway, I don't often get the chance to lurk, and when I do, I love it. But Zach is a friend of the stream. There's a link to their information and their social medias in chat. I would please click the link that goes to the YouTube stuff too, and like and hit subscribe on YouTube. We came here with too much CM energy. Oh no, we had plenty of that earlier today too. It was a bit. Today's been a very conversational day, which is great, and I love it. Fudge Dunk, why was somebody trying to make food that tastes like cleaner? Were they just doing it for the views? This is for the views. Of course this is for the views. Why wouldn't it be for the views? No, we're not doing that. We're making a risotto. Come over here just a moment. Let me show you what we're making on the stove. We're worried about him. Oh, okay. Tastes like cleaner, or how would you even do that? How would you compare? You'd have to taste the cleaner in order to compare it. How would you do that? Okay, well this is not that, and hopefully this tastes nothing like cleaner unless you're cleaning your house with risotto. He's an ancient alien who drank ocean water with the dinosaurs. Yikes. Raw cinnamon sticks? No, thank you. That's weird behavior. Loves the smell of Armor All. Who doesn't love the smell of Armor All? Isn't that a thing? I mean, I like the smell of cleaner because it means like something in my house is clean. But other than that, we're good, right? Folks who are hanging out, follows are silent. So if you're like, hey, this is interesting, and let's see what's happening here, hit the follow button, nothing happens. You do end up following, but I mean, like nothing happens, like there's no chat messages. There's no like alerts and shit like that. It's just completely anonymous, silent follows. So thing number one. Thing number two, thank you for coming through. It's always lovely to have folks from Zach's community in chat. And yeah, my name's Lou. I develop recipes and I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. And I'm happy that y'all have landed and arrived. We are a cooking stream. This is a cooking stream. Mostly do cooking. Like 80% of what I do on stream is cooking. The other 10% is no. The other 10% is IRL stuff, and then there's 10% which is just math. Anyway, we do a lot of cooking. We do recipe development and meal prep. We do weeknight family meals. I also do some IRL stuff in and around Philadelphia where I live. We're lurker friendly, so if you like to just hang out and listen to the sound of someone talk and body double or do whatever you need to do, happy to have you here. Today we're making a carrot sunflower risotto. It's vegan. I'm not vegan, but this dish happens to be vegan. We have made, and we are still going to cut into and take a look at, a citrus ricotta cake. I made stock, like broth, on stream. We're using it in the risotto, but I also have some in the fridge. And I also did Jell-O, like gelatin, because I fucking felt like it. Because I found it in the closet and needed to use it up, and it was expired. So, this is Megan. Yeah, this is, if you don't like a citrus dessert, this is probably not the one for you. Neither is the Jell-O, honestly, because it's lemon lime. But like, let's be real. Lemon lime is you know, lemon lime Jell-O isn't. I don't think that's really counts as citrus, but you know. Okay, so we're at step number something. Finally, once the risotto is tender and most of the liquid has been absorbed, stir in the carrot cream and cook until it's warm. Remove from the heat. Divide into bowls. Oh, we're like there. Okay, cool. We're there. So we are mixing this creamed carrot in. So this is several things are in this mixer. We have cooked carrot that was cooked in the same broth that I put in the risotto. Sunflower seeds, lemon zest, and salt are what's in here. In this pot is farro and shallot, and then like broth, just like lots and lots of broth. In this topping that I was so gleefully stirring when you all arrived, is several things. We have lemon zest, toasted sesame seeds, pecans, and pea shoots are what's in here, along with some salt. Oh, and dill. There's dill in here too. So we're at the stage where we are mixing in our carrot puree. Wow. I don't want to tell you what that sounded like, but two of the folks in chat know. One of them is venomous. We have this carrot puree. This is like this is basically all the flavor in this dish comes with the puree, and then the broth or stock, I guess, whatever. I call it broth because it has both chicken. It's not a vegetable, specifically vegetable stock. Okay. So I'm just getting what I can out of here because all of this is like all of the, I don't want to waste any of what's in here. Like it's just very, it's a thick sort of sauce. And I keep saying sauce, but it's just a puree. And we're adding this in, then we're going to mix it, and then we're going to put this back on the stove. Megan asked, how many carrots is this? It's about almost 2 cups worth of cut up carrots. So I think I put 4 to 5 carrots in there. But we're stirring this in, and then we're going to heat this through and evaporate it just a little bit. Is that too hot to carry over the ground? I hope not. Here we go. Okay. It wasn't. Yay. But we're gonna heat this up again and let it simmer a little bit more. Because it's liquidy now. Like it's liquidy again. It was liquidy before. But this is sort of the last step before we serve this. So the color here is very orange, and it is basically, I just want this to simmer a little bit because it's already kind of steamy. 9 asks, how did I hydrate the sunflower seeds? Did I start with hot water? No, I did not start with hot water. I just soaked them. There was no like specific volume of water. I just like put them in a bowl with tap water and let them soak for How long did they soak for? Probably almost 2 hours, I would guess. Maybe a little less than that. Maybe more than an hour, less than 2. So once this starts to come together, or once this is like popping, that's not the right word, popping, we're getting a little like bubbling here. We're sort of like, it's looking a little wobbly. We're going to keep stirring this, and I'm going to let this go for, let's say 3 minutes. We'll kind of start with 3 minutes. I really just want this to evaporate a little bit more than it was. And make sure everything's hot again. That carrot puree was cold. So what's going to happen here is this is starting to get warm. It's going to be kind of liquidy. And then I do just want it to like bubble a little bit, but I don't want it to like boil. This is not a boil situation. So I'm babysitting this at the moment. I'm just like watching and watching. I'm hung up on the cleaning thing. How would you know if it tasted like it? Because like you'd have to try it, right? Like you can't. Taste is different than smell. They're connected. But like, you couldn't be like, this tastes like Armor All unless you'd tasted the Armor All. Did they actually do that? I hope not, but like, awful. I said I was going to set a timer for 3 minutes, didn't I? And then I didn't. I just cleared all my timers. So let's do that now. Okay. So we're just letting this warm up. We're steamy. If I don't keep stirring, we just have like lots of little bubbles coming up, which is great. If I don't keep stirring, they're going to what will happen is this will start bubbling and plopping out of the pot and like hitting things, and we don't want that. So we're gonna stir this about another 2 minutes, I would say. And this is just to get everything kind of like together and nice. Megan, I hope your dance class is lovely. Good luck. Have fun. That sounds great. I was thinking about dance classes the other day. Everybody in the internet likes to dance, and I don't. So I feel like it's a thing that I should probably learn at some point. At least some basics. But enjoy. Softy, welcome. It's fun. I would imagine so. I like physical activity. I like doing things like that. I've just never really had the chance to do it without like pressure, without feeling pressured, if that makes sense. All right, so we're stirring. We're got about 1.5 minutes here left. If I stop stirring, we're really starting to simmer here. So I'm continuing the stirring so that everything melds together. This is great. I'm literally, it's really funny because even though Calvin didn't go to karate today, I'm still on the same timeline because that's the timeline I was on when I started stream. Was like, all right, we're going to finish stream today between 7 and 7:30. Like, literally, I told him earlier, I was like, well, if you don't go, we might eat earlier, which he knew and I knew and the whole fucking world knew was a lie because I'm on the same timeline I was on. I didn't cut anything out of the stream, so, you know, this is just how it goes. All right. But I did start the risotto at the exact time that I needed to, so that was cool. Softy, this is the sunflower in here is part of the orange sauce. So like the orange that you're seeing, that color or red or whatever color you want to call it, is a mix of pureed carrots and sunflower seeds. So we put the sunflower seeds in a bowl of water and let them rehydrate for a little more than an hour and then put them in this pot. or put them in a blender with some cooked carrots and pureed them. So it's a sauce. There's no specific like sunflower seeds in here like to eat. Wouldn't it be wild if this was just a whole pot of sunflower seeds instead of farro? That'd be fucking crazy. Okay, so this is good. I'm gonna take this off of the heat now, or off of the stove completely, and we're gonna come back over to the counter. Where's my thing? There it is. Okay. We got it. Uncommon, welcome in. Good to see you. Caretaker says, how are you still functioning on stream after 6.5 hours? Lithium. I'm just kidding. It's not that. I'm sober. Currently, and with the meaning of the word, like, I don't do drugs or drink or smoke cigarettes. That's sort of true, but if you know, you know. Anyway, how am I still standing? I don't know. I frequently stream for this long, so it's normal. Once I hit hour 7.5, that's when I'm like, okay, we need to like sit down for a few minutes. But otherwise, we're good. Yeah, the cashews lent the creaminess. That's what's up. That like the rehydrated sort of nut. We were talking about cashew milk, cashew butter, hydrated and blended cashews on stream earlier today. I was expressing my opinion that I love cashew butter, or not cashew butter. I mean, when I say cashew butter, I don't mean like peanut butter style. I mean like butter, like a stick of butter that's made out of cashews instead of dairy. So, okay, here's where we're at. How's this Jell-O? Jell-O is, yeah, hell yeah. Y'all, I made Jell-O. It's green. This is the Jell-O that we made. I don't know. It's just fucking Jell-O. No, it's not special. It's just Jell-O. I was expiring and I didn't need to do anything with it. I decided that it would be good. Divide into 4 bowls and top with the pea and hazelnut mixture. Finish with a final dusting of the reserved sesame mixture. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to make a full serving of this for myself because I'm going to feed this to my family for dinner, and I would like to sit and eat with them because that's what we do at night. On nights that I make dinner, we sit and eat together. So that's the plan. I wonder how this microphone is holding up. Speaking of, oh, we're in the red. We're gonna. Y'all, I can't believe that just happened like that. Because I was like, we're gonna die at any second, and it died in that moment. Pretty good, huh? Talk about an internal sense of timing. Okay, so we've got dinner. Tidy Whitey's, welcome. Hello. I'm going to pop the lid on this for just a second, because before I do that, I want to, actually, no, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try that. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to cut the cake. And I'm going to look at the cake, and I'm going to have a little piece of cake. So I'm going to do like we're doing dinner like Hobbit style tonight, meaning like I'm going to have a little bit, and then we're going to have a little bit for kind of everybody. And then everybody will have some. That's not what I meant by Hobbit style. What I meant was I'm going to have first dinner, and then we're all going to have second dinner. Or I'm going to have second dinner. Everybody else is going to have first dinner. So that's actually what I meant. Top with the pea and hazelnut mixture. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. And a little bit of the reserved sesame dill situation. Beautiful. Brooke, welcome in. Happy Thursday, carry the one. Happy Friday, Junior. We are Daisy. What? Daisy just made a sound I don't know that I've ever heard her make before. That was kind of weird. It was an excited sound. Okay. I'm sort of like consolidating here. All right, this is I'm gonna take a picture of this little tiny bowl of things that I want to eat. Wipe your lens. If you're taking a picture of anything ever, wipe your lens. Paneer, palak paneer, yes. Anything like that is so good. Paneer, delicious. Okay, I'll take another picture of this later when it's like in a larger bowl and sort of more visible and formatted nicely. So Fluff, yeah, I didn't change it out yet, but I was like, it's about time, isn't it? And it is. It's been forever. Listen, Brooke, there's no attendance policy. It's really nice to see you. I hope you're doing really well. I hope that that your spring has been what you needed. It's going to say good or productive or whatever, but we don't define our value with productivity now, do we? So let's not. Right. Here's what we made today. Here's one of the things we made today. This is a sun. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Wait, center. There we go. This is a sunflower and carrot risotto. The sauce on here has sunflower seeds, lemon juice, lemon zest, broth, and carrots. The farro, which is like what's underneath here, has shallot and farro. And then the topping is dill, lemon, toasted sesame seeds, salt, pecans, olive oil, and pea shoots. And in order to give you a better, whatever, side angle view, here's your sort of like better camera view of that scenario. That's what it looks like from the bottom. So it's pretty thick, and as it cools down, it will become less. Hold on. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing, and now I'm stuck. But oh no. My main camera is just stuck here. Hold on. I accidentally wow. That was wild. I very accidentally and somehow, I don't know how this happened, I closed the camera manager on my computer by pressing two buttons at the same time. All right, let's give this a try. This is a springtime sort of coated dish that I really loved the last time I had it. Oh yeah, hell yeah. That is so good. So hot. That is violently hot. It's fine because I didn't put all that much in my mouth. But damn, that was a lot. Huh. Okay, good. Let's do that. Let's do that again. I'm ready to get hurt again. Okay. I'll mix in those pea shoots. Yeah, this is really tasty. And I don't miss the meat. I don't miss the meat in here. It feels very not meat. Not that risotto has meat. It's literally just a rice. You add what you want to it. But I should say that the fact that this is like a specifically vegan recipe, it's quite good, and it's creamy. The mouthfeel is creamier, except for the chicken and the stock. Yeah, forgot about that part. Listen, no one in this house is actually vegan. I'm not serving this to anyone who's actually vegan. And if I was serving it to someone who is actually vegan, I honestly would probably forget that there's chicken in the stock. But I'm very pleased with how this turned out. Vegan adjacent. It's not even vegetarian. Shit. Whatever, don't tell. Don't tell. It's okay. A sore tummy would remind you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they'd know right away. I am not vegan, so I wouldn't know at all. I mean, you can obviously use vegetable stock for this. It calls for vegetable stock, I think. I'll have to look at the recipe again. God damn, how did my sink get this full again? That's annoying. I'm washing my hands though, so I can like cut this cake. That's the goal. Okay. Delicious. Let's get a fresh towel for those hands. Shall we? We shall. All right. So in addition to this this delicious risotto, which I'm gonna put back over on the stove now because it's doesn't need to be right where it doesn't need to be right there. We made this cake. This is definitely not vegan. This is a citrus ricotta cake. So it's been out on the counter for a little while. It's definitely cooled down all the way. It's pretty firm. It sank in the middle, which is to be expected. That was the that's what the picture of this showed. So I was not shocked when it came out looking like it does. Looking like it does currently. We're not going to cut it on the we're not going to cut it on the rack here. So we move that out of the way. Oh, move that on out of the way there. And let's cut into this and see how we did. A little plate, please. Okay, this is let's just take these extra bits of paper off the end here. We don't need those. All right, I'm going to cut right into the middle because that is the spot. All right, oh my God, that is dense. That is dense. Like, that is very dense inside of there. Yeah, this is like quite you can't see anything inside of there. That's kind of wild. It's so dense. It's here. It's running for office. Sheesh. Shots fired / heard. Let's put this on a plate. And this is the ricotta cake. If I tilt it anymore, it's going to fall off. It's just about to give way. So let's give this a try. The good thing about having first dinner is you also can have first dessert. And then, best part about that, you guessed it, second dessert. That's also great. But this is looking good. I see lemon zest sort of throughout this. Here's since I've got a small piece on the fork, this is a rather extreme close-up of the inside of this cake. That is super dense. That's wild. We'll see how it turned out. Yeah, I really like that. It does. It looks smooth. It's weird. It's like the camera's having trouble focusing on it because it's just, there's no angles. There's like nothing. There's like nothing for it to see. Which is odd. It's very good though. It's not super citrusy, which is weird. Like, it's a citrus cake, but it's not like aggressively citrusy. That's what I mean. It has it's sweet, but it's also not like cloyingly sweet. I like it. I don't know, would I change things about it? Probably. Probably. But that's also standard behavior. Okay. Let's chat. So we did a risotto. We did we did a Tangello ricotta cake. We made Jell-O, and we made stock. We made like yeah, we made a stock, which I don't have much left of because I used a bunch of it for our risotto, which is kind of nice. Next week, yeah, our next stream is going to be on Tuesday, I believe. Let's check the calendar. Our next stream is going to be on Tuesday, April 28th. We'll be live at noon, somewhere between noon and 1. Somewhere between noon and 1, and I'm not sure where. And that's fine. We're going to be doing kitchen things, at least right now. That's the plan. If that changes, I will obviously, or not obviously, if that changes, I'll post about it in Discord, but I'll try to get the Discord schedule. I'll try to get the schedule up in Discord a little earlier this week. I know last week, I don't know, I might have posted it on Monday. It's fine. It's fine. But then we'll be live again on Wednesday. Next Thursday, so a week from today, I may do a little like afternoon walk around chit chat, but I have some appointments in the morning, and I can't really. I think it'll push into the afternoon. Yeah, it'll push into the afternoon that and so I don't want to try to push a stream. I don't want to commit to a stream on Thursday. So, anyway, yeah. So Tuesday and Wednesday next week are our big days. Our days for streaming. Let's find someone to raid today. Do we want to stay in food and drink, or do we want to do some music? I would kind of love to send you to my friend Patrick, who is doing a little DJ stream. Patrick is one of my favorite humans on Twitch. But if y'all are like, I really want to stay in food and drink, that's totally fine too. If we have any strong opinions, voice them now. Otherwise, damn it, he just raided out. Okay, so we're not gonna go see Patrick. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I did not refresh my following page. That's what I didn't do. Okay, so he was probably live like 5 hours ago. Okay. Well, shit. Let's see. I'm just looking at who I'm following because I don't know if I didn't look in food and drink yet. I'm just looking at who I'm like doing the follow thing. Unless we don't have any like super strong opinions. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Now I'm indecisive. Fuck. This is the part where people leave. Hey, if you're hanging out and you're like, this guy's rating, we got nothing else. Hit the follow button. Hit the follow button before you go. I appreciate you. And for everyone else who's hanging out, I think we're going to stay in food and drink because I do like supporting the food and drink community. Do I know? I'm looking at our food and drink creator club, the folks that are online. Mer Bakes is online. Mer Bakes is online. Yeah, there she is. Okay. Let's go say hi to Mer Bakes. I love Rob Kovacs though. Let's do if y'all want to go to a music stream. Rob Kovacks. Is that right? Did I fuck that up? I did. Kovacks. Kovacks. Nope. Okay. This is a shout out to a really lovely music streamer in chat. We're going to stick in the food and drink category, but if you want to hear music, Rob is probably playing piano because he's always playing piano. Liz. Oh, Liz, you're back. Oh my God. The cake was so good. The cake was so good. Here, let me show you. Let me show you before we raid because Liz posted this cake recipe in Discord literally last week, and here it is. This cake is dense AF, but like good dense. This was really good. It was not too sweet. It was not too citrusy. It was just like nicely balanced between sort of all of those things, and I really enjoyed it. The risotto turned out well today too. I was saying earlier, Liz, that today is a day where I cooked 2 recipes that you posted in Discord. Liz always posts recipes in Discord and it was like, Lou, I think you'd like this. And usually she's right. It was really easy to make. And yeah, it's still very moist. Yeah, post recipes in Discord. You never know. I don't ever commit to making things, but like if you post something and it looks good and I can shop for it easily, I might make it. Okay, we're going to. Did she rate out? I swear. Better not have rated out. I mean, no. I mean, like obviously she's entitled to do whatever. Okay. All right. We got this. We can do this. We're gonna go raid Merbakes. There's a fellow food and drink streamer having a subathon in a few days. Not right now. But feel free to subscribe now if you want to. That's totally reasonable. Let's hit the raid button, not the raid button. We're gonna hit the start raid button. Goodbye sounds are on. We have some streams next week.
Goodbye.
We'll probably be in the kitchen. If we're IRL, then we're IRL. I don't know. It's nice out, and I get the urge to be outside. It happens. I am a creature who, evolved from animals that lived outdoors, and so I do appreciate being outside in the sun. That was a weird statement to make. Anyway, we'll be live on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Save the date, March 13th. We're going to do our 4-year Twitch anniversary stream. We're going to be doing a camping trip for that. So not yesterday, not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that. So it'll be a Wednesday. Other than that, if you're still lurking in chat, please hit the follow button. If you're lurking on YouTube, I appreciate it. You hit the subscribe button. Thanks. We're logging off on YouTube for right now.